Hey, good afternoon, everyone. It is Pal Ponder All Weather coming to you live here with storm coverage this afternoon. We've got a very dynamic day in the weather department, folks. We've got a tornado watch that was just issued about 30 minutes ago for a good part of Oklahoma and parts of North Texas. That is highlighted in the yellow shaded area. And things are starting to get going just west of Tulsa, just outside of the Oklahoma City region. We saw several tornado warnings this morning in and around the Oklahoma City region, maybe just south of there. And we are starting to see this line starting to light up along this boundary. And this is the concern going into the afternoon. In fact, we've already have a tornado warning unfolding just outside of Wynwood, Oklahoma. So let's zoom into this tornado warning because this is actually a confirmed tornado that is actually on the ground already, folks. So a confirmed tornado located near Wynwood, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So we talked about these storms moving just so fast, and this is exactly what we're going to be seeing throughout the afternoon and the early evening time frame. This was about 4 miles just northeast of the Wynwood, Oklahoma region. So all those areas need to be in take shelter immediately. We do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground heading towards the Stratford region. This would likely lift just north of the Ada, Oklahoma region. But nonetheless, we do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now as we speak, just northeast of the Wynwood, Oklahoma region, approaching Stratford there. You can see it actually approaching the Stratford region, moving very quickly at 40 miles an hour, folks. 40 miles an hour, moving very quickly into towards north of Ada. And eventually, I think this supercell will head up towards the Seminole region, the Seminole, Oklahoma region. But you can see where the tornado watch is, and this is where the activity is starting to unfold right along this boundary, which we are expecting numerous widespread thunderstorms starting to break out. There's another new severe thunderstorm warning just issued in and around the Bridgeport region. So that has also some 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some penny-size hail. Again, moving at 45 miles an hour. So most all of these are going to be moving really quickly. So 40 to possibly 60 miles an hour. Alvord and Sunset are in the bullseye from this activity. And we're just getting going. So we are expecting more storms to unfold later on this afternoon into the evening. So this tornado watch that goes on until 6 o'clock. So goes on until 6 o'clock. We already have a tornado on the ground northeast of the Wynwood, Oklahoma region. So within this yellow shaded area, if you live within the yellow shaded area, we are expecting a few tornadoes, likely with a couple of intense tornadoes. Intense meaning possibly an EF2 type variety tornado, possibly stronger, but we are expecting just quick, really brief spin up tornadoes. Some of those could be longer form tornadoes, but nonetheless, the big threat this afternoon is going to be your tornado threat, right? So there is a small hail threat. You can still get some hail within this atmosphere, but the main activity is going to be your winds approaching up to 70 miles an hour and some of the strongest storms. And then you have your overall tornado threat, which includes several, quick spin up tornadoes, if not a couple of intense tornadoes. That is definitely in the cards. This atmosphere is prime, unfortunately, for tornadoes this afternoon. Thanks everyone for tuning in to live coverage. You should be listening to me from Facebook as well as YouTube here. And so we're just now kind of getting going. I said we could go live about noon time frame, so you can expand the view here. So we got the tornado watch does include the Tulsa region. I guess it technically doesn't include Oklahoma City, but it does include most of the Dallas-Fort Worth area within the McKinney region, Dallas extending further south into Cleburne, towards Sulphur Springs, up here to Paris, up towards McAllister, and eventually over to Fort Smith, Arkansas. So this is your original, goes until 6 o'clock. So this would likely possibly even be extended further south. We'll eventually have a squall line that builds into the afternoon that likely extends all the way to Mexico, folks. This will likely back build into Killeen, Austin, San Antonio, essentially all the way into Mexico, as this whole line will start to build further south and further north. So it's going to be a widespread event. And within the middle is your most intense supercells that we are expecting for this activity later on this afternoon. Hey, Amanda. Hey, what does the time frame look like for Prosper McKinney? Well, yeah, you can see where the storm activity is currently right now. So basically just west of Fort Worth and Denton. So I would say it's going to be, we're going to start seeing these start to build further south towards Waco and to Cleburne. All this activity will start to build and move across the Metroplex. Prime time is from noon to 5 o'clock. So that's why we're starting earlier. So obviously noon from the west, 5 o'clock to the east, just to the east of the I-35 corridor. And so we are expecting a very active afternoon. Let me take this watch off so you can actually see this a little bit better, because we are seeing more severe thunderstorms starting to break out. This is another one towards Bowie. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Montague and northwestern Cook County. So Montague and northwestern Cook County until 12:45. So developing thunderstorm, again, moving 45 miles an hour northeast. Does have some 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with it, and possibly up to quarter-size hail. So areas within that supercell definitely needs to be on alert for those stronger wind gusts and possibly rotating thunderstorms. Hey, Joyce, how you doing? Thanks for tuning in. Hey, I'm from West Mississippi. The sun is out in Salina. Yeah, so an atmosphere like this, you don't want it any warmer. It's already warm enough, right? I mean, it was incredible that we woke up this morning in Dallas at 75 degrees. Never seen it so warm so late. This is pretty incredible, especially when the average low is like 50. So yeah, you can imagine. I think it's 82 degrees right now, if not even maybe even higher. So any peaks of sun will just obviously just add instability to the atmosphere. Wow, 84 now, folks, 84 degrees now. So the dew point is 72. Very unusual to get a 72-degree dew point in the first week of November. But this is where we're at, folks. And this is why we are having severe storms, because doesn't know what time of the year is. Mother Nature just deals with the dynamics that's in front of her. And this is exactly why it's so prime today, because the fuel, we got a lot of fuel. The Gulf of Mexico is open for business. All you need is like some sort of upward rising motion air coming in from the west. Got a strong low level jet, and you can see these kind of conveyor belt of moisture bubbling up just towards Cleburne, towards down towards Brownwood. All these will start to really fill in as that low level jet will start to get a little bit closer. All this will start to enhance and then has to run over the Metroplex. And all of these will be originating into a severe thunderstorm warning. And then some of those will actually turn into a tornado warning within the leading edge of that squall line. And again, we are expecting anytime you see these little notches ahead of that squall line is always the most concerning. That's where the atmosphere starts to kind of rotate and can quickly spin up a tornado. So we'll try to do our best to catch all of these, but with these movements at 45 miles an hour, sometimes it's going to be very difficult to catch these quick spin up tornadoes in this type of atmosphere with these leading edges. So just be on high alert, have multiple ways of get warnings this afternoon. And we are under that tornado watch until 6 o'clock. So you can definitely see that, the last couple of frames here over the last hour, you can see the abundance amount of moisture tapping into now. We got more showers and thunderstorms becoming a little bit more widespread in coverage. So that's why we're starting to light up the atmosphere in a big way. Hey, good afternoon. Happy birthday, Erica. Happy birthday, David. Somebody's birthday. I'm trying to catch up here. All right. So the good thing is the tornado that was on the ground by Windward has now lifted. So that is now lifted. I know it was on the ground for at least 10 minutes or so as I was trying to get everything fired up to go live here. But nonetheless, that is now not on the ground any further. So that is definitely a good thing. So what we'll be watching is essentially the first line. The first line is more of a kind of a broken line as what we're getting right now. You can definitely see it's not really an organized line. It's more or less broken, and that's what makes it so severe whenever these things kind of turn more isolated. That's definitely always a concern, especially we get later in the afternoon towards a little bit warmer, right? It's 84 degrees. It could even get a little hotter, any type of sun, any type more clearing. What obviously any peaks in the clouds is not always a good thing. Hey, please heed the warnings. Yeah, I definitely remember that tornado outbreak of 2019. That was October 20th. I definitely remember that very well. I was actually doing live coverage that night as well. It actually still is till this day. It's $1.5 billion, biggest severe weather event in Dallas Fort Worth history that night. So hopefully we don't want something like that, right? We definitely don't want anything like that. We had several EF3 tornadoes, right, go through the heart of Dallas, right there on 75, took out the Home Depot. I mean, it had a lot of mass destruction that night. So hopefully it does not come to that, right? Hey, I have an event in Southeast Dallas from 6:30 to 8. So hopefully things will start to calm down. We are expecting the most intense activity between now and 6 o'clock. It's not that we can't get stuff after 6 o'clock, but you see this cold front, right? This cold front is in Wichita Falls and Abilene, right? So eventually that's going to be on the move east. So we are expecting a secondary line to form, but with that secondary line, with that cold air coming in from the west, eventually it's going to calm these storms. So I do feel we'll still have storms through the later evening time frame. Remember, changing the clocks now. We get dark at 5:30, so it's going to be dark at 5:30, only 5 hours from now, and then it becomes a nighttime event, right? So I do feel things are going to be on the downward progression. But as we go into East Texas, like say the Sulphur Springs, the Paris region, the Tyler region, Mahia, Palestine, those areas will likely be under the nighttime risk, right? They'll likely be under the nighttime risk. Nothing's happening out there right now, but they got all the fuel out ahead of it, and that could even be more intense out there because that's hitting more prime time later on in the afternoon towards your peak heating of the afternoon. So hey, is Frisco supposed to go to Allen 2 p.m. for a hair and nails appointment? I think I need to skip. What do you think? Well, yeah, I mean, if anything you can kind of put off till tomorrow, because it's gonna be a nice day tomorrow. It's always better to, especially if you're home. It's not one of those days you want to probably be out and about. If you can stay home, I would definitely advise that. There's things that can turn quickly in this type of atmosphere. So there's always another day to possibly get your hair done or get your nails done, or it's just something that you don't really have to do like today. You can definitely put that off tomorrow. We got like I said, pretty nice day. We're expecting a nice day tomorrow. Sunshine, 65 degrees after that cool front. So yeah, I mean, if you definitely are home, you don't need to be out and about. I just wouldn't probably advise it in this type of atmosphere. Things can go downhill very quickly in this type of atmosphere, and you definitely don't want to be caught off guard. And obviously, there's going to be people out, but it's just the less the better, right? I mean, all right, so we still have those are tornado warnings up here outside of the Norman region, heading towards the Tulsa region. So we still have that activity that we're watching along this boundary. So we'll be watching this kind of move from west to east. We've got numerous flash flood warnings. We've already had a lot of rain, right? I mean, not much for, say, North Texas, but if you live along the Red River, especially into the Oklahoma region, you just got the deluge. This is your third round. This is round 3 for you guys. I mean, I mean, Oklahoma City's been really taking the brunt of it over the last. They had the overnight event, and then they had some sporadic stuff yesterday. They had tornado warnings this morning. They were having some this afternoon. So this is the round 3 for them. It's basically only really the first round for much of North Texas, which is the main event. So. All right, so we still got that severe thunderstorm warning outside of Bowie. So that is for Montague in northwestern Cook County. That goes until 12:45. So we are expecting higher wind gusts within this range. So we're going to be seeing some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts at times. Like I mentioned, you are going to get some hail out of this activity, but I'm not really concerned about the big hail threat. Quarter size, maybe up to golf ball size at the biggest. But I don't think anything bigger than that. And we're really not, this is not a hail setup. It's just not a hail setup within the system. It's more of a tornado setup. I mean, that's why we're under a tornado watch instead of a severe thunderstorm watch, because the atmosphere is more prone for tornadoes than it is, say, large hail, unfortunately, this afternoon. Hey, it's your birthday yesterday. Happy birthday. Happy 27 years old. Yeah, so Stormy, a watch basically is you have all the ingredients, right? A lot of people refer to this to like a taco. You got all the ingredients of a taco. So you got all the dynamics in the atmosphere. You got a low level jet, you've got moisture, you've got low cloud base, you've got shear at the surface. You got a lot of dynamics, right? So it doesn't guarantee you'll have tornadoes in that atmosphere. It just says you have the dynamics to have some, right? But then the warning is when you basically have radar indicated, or you have a storm chaser on the ground reporting a funnel cloud, a lowering cloud that touches the ground that confirms that tornado. That's when you have the warning, which is basically imminent, and it's no longer a watch. You got imminent danger. And those warnings can last anywhere from 20 to say 45 minutes, depending on how fast the cell is moving. These things are going to be moving fairly quickly. So these warnings probably aren't going to be lasting terribly too long, but you are going to have to act quickly. So when a tornado warning is issued, you do have to act quickly in this situation, because you got to remember this cell is already moving at 45, 50, upwards to possibly 60 miles an hour. So you got to factor that in and get in your safe zone immediately when a tornado warning is issued. You don't really have time to too much to dawdle around. And so know your plan ahead of time. Have multiple ways to get warnings. Don't rely on the outdoor warning signs that you have out there. If you're inside your house, have multiple ways to get the warnings. If you're outside, those outdoor warning sirens are meant to bring you inside. So those are only when you're outside to issue those warnings. When you hear them, that means to head indoors, right? So that means to head indoors, or something imminent danger of a tornado or large hail, or could be some higher wind gust. Remember, they changed that criteria. They no longer just sound with the tornado. Now they sound for hail and wind. So they can still sound for high wind gusts, 65 miles an hour or greater. I think the hail is like 1.5 inches or greater, but they do sound for all criteria now, that when before they were just for the tornadoes. Thanks for tuning in, everyone, to live coverage. We're going to be here throughout the afternoon. We got a busy day ahead. Woke up this morning, we've been talking about this event for a while, right? I kind of posted about this low-level jet, this split in the atmosphere, like 6 days ago, I think I remember, 6 days ago, that it did not look pretty, right? It did not look pretty with what was in store. This is exactly where we're at. So, so this is Monday. This is your main event that we were kind of highlighting most of the week here, that that could come to fruition, and that's what's unfolding right now with this squall line, literally from Tulsa. So you got the Tulsa area, 60-mile-per-hour gust right along that squall line. You notice the hail, it's not even an inch, all right? So these are mainly warned for wind. These are mainly warned for wind. It's not warned for hail. That actually doesn't even meet the criteria. These are all warned for the your higher winds. Of right now, they're approaching 60 miles an hour. So I think they can go up as much as 70 within more of a straight line wind event. And obviously, if you have a tornado, those winds are going to be much higher than the 60 to 70 miles per hour. You've got family near Tulsa. So right now, the Tulsa ones are, fairly tame. We just have some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust potential with this squall line. We're not really seeing too many inflow notches along that line. So you always kind of look for these maybe inflow notches right along the leading edge of these cells. And any little hook. I mean, it really doesn't take much in this atmosphere. That's what makes them so difficult to forecast. It's not any little kink. I mean, even this, right? I mean, even this little thing right here, you got even this little inflow notch could actually spin up a tornado. It doesn't really take much, unfortunately, in this environment to overturn the atmosphere and have a brief touchdown. Those are always the most difficult to forecast. All right, so we have okay, so this was the same tornado warning that came out of the Wynwood area that dropped the tornado. Now it's continued to lift northeast. Now it is radar indicated and over the Asher area just south of Seminole. So this is south of Seminole. This activity will likely head towards the Henrietta region and then maybe extend through Muskogee. These are all going to be lifting more or less northeast in nature at roughly 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. Hey, Jennifer, can't watch with volume at work, but what's the timing? 121 enforced. Yeah, it's probably closer to 2 o'clock. I would say, 2 o'clock, it should start to light up right now. This is your McKinney area, Plano, Garland. You can see this just isolated still. This is your main line back out west. So the west movement is Weatherford, Bridgeport, Bowie. And if we can put the motion on for the last hour, you can see the movement. So I would say at this point, 2 or 3 o'clock would be right over the heart of the Metroplex in Dallas, right along the I-35 corridor. That looks to be about a good guess, 2, 3 o'clock with this movement progressing to the northeast. You can see the movement over the last hour. Watch it fill in, right? So you can see it fill in. You see it filling in. You have more numerous reds and yellows starting to fill in across that line. This is still going to be a broken squall line. So it's not a solid line. It's broken. So it allows for more intensity. In fact, you kind of want a solid line, but this is a broken line. A broken line is obviously a little bit more intense. And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. So any of these little isolated cells could quickly turn severe out ahead of the main line as well. And then, of course, we have the cold front that will be trailing behind it. So we'll have that initial push come through the Metroplex. That's why we have the tornado watch from now until 6 o'clock. And then we'll have renewed growth along the cold front as well. Those will likely be less severe, but still likely some severe storms along the cold front. But most of that will not actually possibly clear the Metroplex until about 10 o'clock tonight. So this is a long time event. We're just now kind of getting going in much of Oklahoma. And all right, so we have a brand new tornado warning. Let's go further north. So it is building further north as we speak. So brand new tornado warning as right now issued by the National Weather Service. This is outside of the Tulsa region. So we had a developing supercell that turned tornadic 5 miles west of the Sperry region, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So again, another tornado warning. Need to be in your safe zone for Osage County, Central Washington County, as well as in Tulsa County. So let's name some cities. We're talking Tulsa, Collinsville, Vera, Sperry, and Turley. Those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately, as we have a developing supercell that has now turned tornadic. We don't have a confirmation of something on the ground, but the radar indicating rotating supercell at the moment. So these are going to be lifting northeast. You can definitely actually see it right there, right heading towards the Sperry region. This will be lifting northeast at 45 miles an hour. So that's why Sperry is in the crosshairs, that particular city, and as well as Collinsville and Vera. So those are all areas you need to be in your safe zone immediately, as this supercell has now turned tornadic. You can actually see it. This is the velocity scan. You can see it, and then this is pushing northeast. So it's going to be in that trajectory, moving at 45 miles an hour. So you definitely need to be in your safe zone. If you live within that warned area of this tornadic supercell, just north of the Tulsa, Oklahoma region. Tulsa, Oklahoma, north of Tulsa, Oklahoma, has now under a tornado warning for the next 30 minutes or so between now and 1 o'clock. So now and 1 o'clock, and those cities definitely need to be in your safe zone, as this dangerous sped up tornado is possibly trying to lower and be on the ground. Not confirmed to be on the ground as of yet, but that's definitely that's a little bit more concerning with that inflow notch on the leading edge than what we've seen from other previous storms. Hey Kim, how are you doing? Yes, Victoria McKinney, 2 to 3 o'clock. And there'll be other, that's just kind of the leading edge, just kind of give you an idea. So yes, I'm trying to bounce back and forth with different warned areas, different states, trying to do the best I can to cover a wide range of activity. The further north you go, the less severe they're going to be, but we are expecting this to lift further north, so we could still get some severe storms well into the Missouri region as well. Let me put this on for you real quick. Yeah, so within that dotted shaded area, that's where you have your most intense tornadic activity within this dotted shaded area right here. So it does include a big part, much of North Texas, say the Plano, Denton, McKinney's, Sulphur Springs, Gainesville, Sherman, Paris, and all these areas further north. So we're just on the beginning stages of this event. So you got those wide area extending well into Paris and Texarkana, extending further north into Fort Smith, Arkansas, and to Fayetteville. Right now, going into Tulsa, but this extends well into Springfield, well into Missouri, folks. So this is a big area, and then it could build further south as well. So with that squall line, you can see it even starting to fill in. Now it's down towards Brownwood. This will eventually swing further south into Waco, Killeen, Austin. Eventually, this will swing into San Antonio. Eventually, this will extend actually all the way into Mexico, folks. So this squall line should build throughout the afternoon further south. So don't think you're out of the gun if you live in the San Antonio area into Austin. It's not as significant threat, but you can still have a severe thunderstorm. You could still have a quick spin up tornado or two. It's just your greater concern is further north within this atmosphere. So we're just now at the beginning stages of this event, as the leading edge is right here, and all this still has to shift east northeast over the next 5 or 6 hours. All right. Hey Ray, how you doing? Hi family in Springfield, Missouri. What's their time frame? Yeah, so again, I mean, we're you see where the maybe the leading edge is. It's in Tulsa. These are lifting northeast about 45 miles an hour. So we're probably a couple hours away from Springfield, if not a little bit more. Right now it's what, 12:30? We're at 12:30 in the afternoon. So if you're tuning in, you're watching me on Facebook, make sure to subscribe or to my YouTube channel. And if you are watching YouTube, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you share this with friends. We are doing live coverage for the extended time frame of the afternoon. Yeah, typically we get our second season in October. It didn't start this year because we just had a very unusual, warm, dry October. But now things have really turned around. Whenever you start getting more troughs out west and warm east, that's always spells trouble for severe weather. And that pattern doesn't really seem to go anywhere over the next couple of weeks. I don't really see any like major cold fronts. We got a very strong polar vortex right now. All the Arctic air is bundled well up in the Arctic. So even though we're going to have cool shots from time to time, these aren't going to last at any length of time whatsoever. We're predominantly going to be colder west, warmer east, and you always have that battle zone in the middle. So we'll have more rounds of these storms in November. This looks like to be a busy month ahead. I don't really see it changing terribly too much. We're probably going to be getting another, say, warmer month, for the time of year we typically get. So we don't really have any strong cold fronts, right? We don't really have any strong cold fronts. Yes, it gets colder west, but some of that's just mainly the higher elevations. We are expecting maybe a snowstorm in the Rockies by Thursday or Friday. But again, you're talking mountains. Hey pal, this is Jeremy. Like under a marginal risk for severe storms tonight. Yeah, all this stuff is going to just back build. I mean, if you live that far south, I mean, you are going to get a kind of a squall line that will move through in the evening time frame. It probably won't be that bad for you guys. Maybe some stronger wind gusts by then, but you should get some storms from this as a line will basically cover pretty much the entire state of Texas further south, and this will eventually swing into the Houston, Shreveport, heading into tomorrow time frame. Probably a lot less severe than what it is today. But yeah, it'll be in the Houston area, Louisiana, Arkansas, western Tennessee, western Kentucky, those areas by tomorrow. But the main squall line, this is what we're looking at. This is the main squall line that we're having to focus on right now. All right, so now this is continuing to move to the east. So with that severe thunderstorm warning has now shifted further east. Now we're talking areas near the St. Joe area. This is northwest of the Metroplex. St. Joe, this is the Supercell is moving northeast around 50 miles an hour. So moving northeast around 50 miles an hour. Some of these areas are going to be the St. Joe, the Lake Munster area, Nakona, those areas up towards the Wichita Falls region. You could see some stronger wind gusts. You got the Wichita Falls region and then points eastward. That will be moving into Gainesville here shortly, eventually Gainesville, and then Ardmore, Oklahoma. And this is still building further south. Now it's west of Fort Worth, west of Cleburne, now south of Brownwood. So you can really start to see it fill in now as it builds further south. Hey, Lydia, we got some sun out in McKinney now. Not a good sign. Yeah, it's definitely not always a good sign when you see the sun on days like this. 85 degrees. It just keeps going up. Yeah, so and your dew point is 73. So that's just it's just not looking good, folks. I mean, the heat index is 92 degrees. That's just crazy right now. This is November 4th. Feels like 92 degrees outside. Wow. Yeah, so you can obviously tell this atmosphere is not right. It just needs to get back to normal. I mean, we're talking 20, 25 degrees above normal. Normal high is right now is like 70, right? So that's 25 degrees above average, folks. That's you can definitely tell that's just that the atmosphere is just prime. I mean, it's just it, unfortunately you got a lot of dynamics coming together for a big time event. So hopefully that does not come to fruition, but it does not look good. I mean, you got a lot of these parameters. I mean, typically it's unheard of sometimes to even get to 73 dew point, and we're doing that in the first week of November. Yeah, it's very difficult to even, but that's higher than the average. The average high is 70. So you got the dew point higher than the average high. That's just very, very unusual. Just very, very unusual what's happening right now. The yellow dot, oh, that's just another radar to tap into. Pilot Point, you're in Pilot Point. All right, so we're getting more tornado warnings further north. This is building obviously further north now. So now it's north of Tulsa. So we have a brand new tornado warning that just unfolded. I guess it's the same one that was earlier, but now it's shifted further northeast. So it has been renewed. So this was that same tornado warning that we were looking at earlier, just north of Tulsa. This is moving at 50 miles an hour. So moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So locations in the path are going to be that Vera region within the Oklahoma region. This is going to continue moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So very quickly, supercell moving just north of the Tulsa area. Hey, David. Yeah, hopefully it does not get too bad. Well, hopefully it does not come to that. Um, all right, so we got a pretty large severe thunderstorm warning now. Pretty large severe thunderstorm warning that just shows you how fast these things are moving. Yeah, so the leading edge again, 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's that penny-sized hail, so not really concerned about hail within this sector. It's just the stronger wind gust and these little inflow notches on the leading edge can have quick spin ups in this environment. So we're going to continue to see this unfolding as it taps into that warmer air mass as you continue to grab some of that low-level moisture coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. It's lowering cloud base. You got shear at the surface. You got pretty ideal setup for tornadoes in this type of atmosphere, and some of them could be on the stronger variety. Definitely can't roll out possibly an EF2 type variety tornado, maybe even EF3 in this environment. That is forecasted with a couple of them from the National Weather Service. All right, so we got another brand new tornado warning outside of the Seminole region. So brand new tornado warning coming out of Seminole. This was the same storm out of Asher. So again, about 10 minutes ago, we had another supercell that was 3 miles at northeast of Avant, moving 2 miles southwest of Sperry. So this is coming out of the Sperry region. Again, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Maud, Bowes Legs, those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately as this continues to turn downhill. We're starting to see more and more tornado warnings starting to come to fruition along this leading edge here. This one is just out of the Seminole, Oklahoma area. All right, so that back end of that line is now towards Comanche, towards the Stephenville region into Weatherford. So it's continue to build a little bit further south. Hey, Channel 6 out of Tulsa is getting some pretty good video from their weather cameras around town. So we're going to toggle back and forth with these supercells. You can see it's continued to extend further north. This will likely be the case, eventually reaching Kansas City. This is going to be extending well from literally Kansas City all the way down to Mexico, folks. This is a big line that's going to come extending north and extending south. And in the middle is going to be your the strongest storms. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thanks for sharing my page, folks. Thanks for watching storm coverage. We do unfortunately have a dangerous day ahead. We have a tornado watch going on till 6 o'clock. Tornado watch can include several spin up tornadoes. It can include a couple of intense tornadoes. We have a lot of ingredients together today that can produce kind of more of a widespread event, if not almost even an outbreak type of event. I mean, that's what the atmosphere is telling us right now, that that's what it's capable of. Not that it's going to happen, but it's definitely capable of that. Getting to something like that. And then we'll have to watch these little isolated showers too. We'll have to watch anything out ahead of the main line. If those turn severe as well, that's always a possibility. Hey Cassie, is Alan getting any of this? Yes, Alan's going to get it. It's just later on this afternoon. This will extend well into East Texas and eventually Louisiana tomorrow. This is all still forming as we speak. You can see that the movement over the last hour or so, you see it really starting to fill in. A little bit more scattered nature over the Metroplex. This will likely continue to fill in as this whole line gets a little bit closer to the I-35 corridor. Hey, I'm driving through Texarkana around 7 o'clock, back to Dallas about 10. Yeah, I would say that's close to prime time. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Everything's moving east. Yeah, so just be really careful from Texarkana down to up to Dallas from 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock. That will definitely be a bumpy ride. A lot of severe weather activity in that area by then. Hey, what about Princeton? Yeah, Princeton is essentially east of 75. You can see where the main line is in Bridgeport, so you still have a couple hours away from the main activity. Yeah, so the main storm system's out west. You got this upper level low in New Mexico. That's all lifting northeast. And then you've got the main low level jet is swinging in, pulling in a lot of moisture coming out of the Gulf. You've got the cold front that will eventually clear things out. But now it's, obviously it's tapping into that warm sector right now, tapping into that environment that is prime time for storms. So we're still watching this warm cell out of Seminole that continues to move through northeast at 45 miles an hour through Cromwell, Oklahoma. This cell will eventually meet up with the Tulsa cell. So that's going to be kind of a double whammy in Tulsa. So you're getting the activity right now around the Tulsa region. And then you'll likely have more activity as this will be near your area too, about an hour, hour and a half or so. Yeah, at least for now, it's cleared out nicely around Oklahoma City. They had activity. I know when I woke up early this morning, they had a tornado warning. Well early, 6 o'clock in the morning. They've already had several of them, so their activity was early on this morning. Yeah, hopefully they're far enough, and that cold front is right on their doorstep. That might be it for them, unless something tries to form along that cold front. But I think the most intense stuff is likely going to be done for Oklahoma City. They've spent 3 days in the bullseye, so they can definitely need a break. They don't they don't need any more. I mean, those pictures out of those areas are just devastating. On top of the 6 to 10 inches of rain some areas have already gotten. Yeah, so they go to pretty much almost the entire month of October without a drop of rain. And then they get the deluge of 6 to 10 inches all at once. It's kind of how it works sometimes. It's feast or famine. I mean, you got a lot of pent up demand, obviously, when the atmosphere was really dry. Of course, you had the two big events in Milton and Helene, took up a lot of water out of the atmosphere. 57 trillion gallons out of the atmosphere out of both of those hurricanes. And it was pretty dry for a good part of October. And so now we got the warm conditions continuing. Very high dew points, a lot of saturated high water vapor content back into play. So that's why we got troughs out west, warm out east. We've got the bullseye in the middle. We'll continue to likely bring more storms throughout the month of November. Yeah, it's going to be acting more like October than it is November. Everything's so late. We got another hurricane coming in the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, everything's so late this year. That originated. We got the tropical depression out here south of Jamaica right now. We've got hurricane warnings for the Cayman Islands. That'll go through Cuba. And we are expecting a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico by Wednesday night. So we'll have to watch that as well. The way it looks right now with that particular setup is we do have a cold front coming in, and that will likely put on the brakes as this lifts northwest. And then likely probably sometime Friday or so. But if I had to guess right now, I would say, since these are right front quadrant loaded systems, I would say Florida is probably going to take the brunt of it again, unfortunately. But it should be a weaker storm. But again, it's just now developing, so we'll concentrate on the severe weather today. Hey, how does Sanger look? Yeah, Sanger's going to get going in a couple hours or so. Right now, everything's west of Gainesville, west of Denton. Probably actually not that far from you, actually. So far, we haven't had any tornado warnings further south. That's been a good thing. We've had a couple severe thunderstorm warnings on the leading edge with some brief 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Oh, this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning further south into Cleburne. All right, so we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for southern Johnson County into Bosque County, as well as northwestern Hill County, developing supercell near Meridian, about near Meridian, 9 miles north of Clifton. So this is another cell that's moving 40 miles an hour. So another cell that's moving 40 miles an hour has some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with it. It's going to be in the Lake Whitney area around 12:55, the Blum region at 1:10 in about 20 minutes or so, and Covington around 1:20 in about 30 minutes or so. So do expect the things to turn downhill fairly quickly with this cell coming in at 40 miles an hour, moving northeast. It's going to have some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and pockets of possible reaching up to quarter-size hail within this atmosphere. You're going to see a lot of lightning out of Clifton. Look at all that intense lightning unfolding around the Clifton region. This is moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So northeast at 40 miles an hour. So again, this is out ahead of the main line. So this is what we're talking about. Some of these isolated storms could actually turn severe as well. We're starting to see some darker reds forming heading into the Arlington region. So things are going to start to go downhill quickly into Arlington. Eventually Bedford, starting to fill into Bedford. So we're definitely starting to see more activity trying to fill in within the heart of the Metroplex now. You see this gust front? This is what's referred to as a gust front out ahead of the main line. This would likely be your burst of wind out ahead of it. This is typically about 5 miles out ahead of the main line, but that would be your burst of wind saying, hey, the winds really shut up very quickly. What's happening? That is your gust front moving through the area. Typically, you're not going to have any rain with that gust front, but then the rain follows about 4 to 5 miles back behind that. And that can sneak up on you very quickly. So it's one of those things that if you have any loose objects, maybe a trampoline, a flagpole, anything that might be like flying projectiles that wouldn't probably withstand a quick burst of 40, 50, 60-mile-per-hour winds, like something like that, then you need to take it inside, right? Pillows, cushions, I don't know, anything that you can think that might be, patio furniture, lawn chairs, maybe you need something like that kind of pull in from the backyard or from the patio or out your yard that you don't want to get damaged or anything with these sudden bursts of high wind gust. So you've got a little bit of time if you are home to be able to do that. So I would advise you to do that as quickly as possible before the main event. I know I went and picked up all my Halloween stuff before all this started. So all that is safely secured inside and put away now. So I don't have to worry about that. Let's see. Yeah, here's a track on that storm. Somebody requested Blum in about 2 minutes, Rio Vista in 10. We've got Keene in 25 minutes. We've got Alvarado in 30 minutes, Happy Hill around 34 minutes. To kind of give you an idea, moving at about 45 miles an hour to the northeast. Let's oops. Yeah, this is not severe, but I'm just trying to give you an idea of maybe when these cells might try to get here. All right, so the activity that's moving into Arlington right now, if it continues to move northeast, then that would likely put it in Arlington in around 2 minutes, Euless in 16 minutes, Irving around 21 minutes, Carrollton in about 33 minutes. Just to kind of give you an idea of the timing on these, 42 minutes in Richardson, 45 minutes, 50 minutes in Frisco, Allen about 53 minutes, and eventually heading up towards the Lucas region, maybe Prosper in about an hour or so. So you can see it covers a good part of the Metroplex, going from Arlington to Prosper in an hour, as these things move fairly quickly through the Metroplex. Oops. All right, let's go back further north. Further north, that seems to be where all the tornadoes, or at least the radar indicated tornadoes, are happening right now. A little bit stronger activity continuing at Tulsa. Now we have one forming just north of the Tulsa region. That's heading towards, looks like Nawada. Hey, so what about Anna? Again, that continues. Everything's west of Weatherford right now, so you still got a couple hours away, possibly in Anna. That's the main line, and this will start to fill in further south. You got a lot of lightning happening over Meridian right now, heading towards Blum. That'll be there shortly towards Blum. Yeah, again, hail's not really terribly a too concern, but it does appear to have some possibly reaching quarter size hail within this system. That'll be near the Blum region here shortly. You can see that hail core trying to come together. As the cloud tops get a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, it's trying to tap into some of that colder air back behind that cold front. So all right, so this we have yet another severe thunderstorm warning out towards the Marietta region, out towards Thackerville. That is also heading towards the Ardmore region and to Dixon. Hey, Francisco. Yeah, Princeton is just east, so you're going to be a little bit later on. Again, we just started live coverage. This is only about noon time frame. The tornado watch goes until 6 o'clock, and then we'll have more stuff building out to the east. So since you live east, then you're going to get it a little bit later, and it could actually be stronger by then. So yeah, so right now you're not really seeing anything. You're probably not going to see much over the next hour or two, but then things will start to quickly go downhill as more activity starts to fill in. Hey, Pronell, thanks for coming on live coverage. Hey, Paul, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, what about Crum? You're probably not too far off from Crum. Here's the leading edge. Nothing severe at the moment right now with this leading edge heading towards Crum, but you'll likely start to get some of those 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, likely probably in the next maybe 30 minutes or so. Probably not too far away now in the Crum region. Yeah, again, we'll zoom into the Metroplex. Yeah, Prosper is right here. Yeah, not much happening right now in Prosper. You can see stuff's building in from the south. Gust fronts well west. Yeah, you're good. At least an hour away. The most active at the moment is just east of Oklahoma City and out towards Tulsa, Oklahoma. They have several tornado warnings right now happening. This is all building further north as well. Hey, Michelle. Yeah, I just haven't mentioned Rockwall because you're so far away. I mean, that's east. You're east. I mean, you're gonna get it. It's just you're at least a couple hours away. So Rockwall is east of the Metroplex. Um, yeah, and then right now everything is west of Denton, so it's about towards Bridgeport. So you're again probably a couple hours away. Tornado watch goes until 6 o'clock this evening, and right now it's 1 o'clock. So it's 1 o'clock, and everything's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. You got some deeper red starting to blow up around towards Dublin. That's just south of Stephenville. That doesn't look good right there. That could quickly turn severe as well. There's your gust front. Going to be approaching Fort Worth here in a little bit. Right now it's knocking on Azle. So if you live in the Azle region, you're likely going to be getting some stronger wind gusts here shortly. There's not going to be any rain with it initially. You're going to probably trying to figure out where it actually came from, what happened, because again, it's probably going to be pretty still out there, pretty muggy, and all of a sudden it's going to rapidly start to get really windy. And that is your gust front moving through. Yeah, so it continues to be 84 degrees. Heat index is 90. Dew point is 72. Wind gust at the airport right now is 28 miles an hour. Yeah, pretty prime ideal conditions. You probably can't get any better, really, unfortunately. What about the Sherman region? Yeah, so Sherman does. Again, right now the stop activity is in Gainesville. It's the leading edge is in the Gainesville region, Thackerville, Marietta. This is all moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So I would probably say around 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock's a good bet, right when it's over a good part of the heart of the Metroplex. 2 to 3 o'clock. We have not. Okay, so we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, there's that cell that we talked about that was in Dublin. All right, so now that has turned severe. So that was the cell we just were zooming in on by Dublin that did not look good. Had all those purples right in that little small core. So now that is now turned severe. So that is Somerville County. Erath County is Hood County. So brand new supercell that has turned severe near the Dublin region. Again, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So location is going to be in the Dublin around 105. So it's knocking on your doorstep right now. And going to be in Stephenville around 110. So Stephenville 110. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but it does have some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this. Possibly some quarter-size hail within that small compacted area, the little supercell right here. Bluffdale 130 and Granbury around 150. I know someone asked me earlier about Granbury. So there's Granbury. You're actually getting the gust front. Look at that. You got the gust front coming in right now. So you're probably feeling it right now, heading towards Lake Granbury. So the gust front comes in, and then you got a storm coming in from your southwest that's lifted northeast. And this is all heading towards downtown Fort Worth. So conditions are going to start to come down quickly now, heading into the Fort Worth area. He ain't said nothing about Quinlan or Rockwall. Yeah, it's just east, folks. Yeah, you're gonna get it. There's maybe a couple hours away, and there's not much happening in East Texas right now. Everything is west, but you will be in the brunt of it. 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight. Um, yeah, so it's the calm before the storm. Just enjoy the calmness right now, but it will be in your area, and later on this afternoon, early evening time frame. So we are under that tornado watch until 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, and some areas will likely get extended from that. So it's a 6-hour tornado watch. They typically don't issue watches much longer than that. They'll just reissue another one because it covers such a big area already. So depending on the dynamics by 6 o'clock, um, we'll see. They'll likely probably extend it in certain areas, likely in East Texas, but likely it would probably be extended well into 10 o'clock, possibly 11 o'clock time frame. Because this is just the first round. You still have activity that's going to form along the cold front. So this is just round one. There's 2 rounds of activity. This is just the beginning round, the first initial round. You'll have more activity forming along this cold front that will have to move east. Right now, the cold front is in Abilene, well out in West Texas. Hey, last night was scary with the sirens going off. Why all the storms in November? Yeah, everything's delayed, right? It's not normal for 84 degrees, right? Yeah, it's you can walk outside. It doesn't feel like a normal November, right? We had the hottest October on record, but not even close. It was well hot. By almost 2 degrees versus the 2016 hottest October on record. So just very unusual weather. We only had 3 days of below average temperatures for the entire month. And the low this morning was 75 degrees, and it's 84 right now. The average high is 70. So, all that is why we're having storms. Storms like warm air, and they like humidity. They like, moisture. Yeah, October we had nothing, bone dry for the entire month. All right, so we have a storm out ahead of it. So we got another tornado warning that just got issued. This is actually Arkansas, folks. This was Little Rock, Arkansas area, southwestern Logan County, central Scott County. So yeah, we have a isolated supercell that formed into a tornado warning. This was capable of producing a possible tornado near the Cardiff area. This is all moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So they're further away from the low level jet. So they're not moving as fast. So this is like half the speed just because they're further away of the main system. But Grayson, Coxville, Magazine, Driggs, Boonville, all under the gun of this tornado warning. It needs to be in your safe zone until 1:45. Again, it's an isolated cell out ahead of the main line, just southeast of Fort Smith, Arkansas, near Cardiff, Arkansas, 8 miles south of the Boonville area, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So definitely needs to be in your safe zone with that tornadic supercell for the next 30 minutes. And this would lift north into Paris, possibly Clarksville. Van Alstyne. So let's zoom into Van Alstyne now. Yeah, so you're probably just right outside of Van Alstyne. Hey, yeah, Trenton just announced they're releasing the kids early from school. Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility, folks. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of weather coming in. School that's out at 3 o'clock, and almost that is kind of prime time for this activity. It's 1 o'clock. So um, that would be your call. I don't want to make, decisions for you, but yeah, so 2 to 3 o'clock is probably going to be over the heart of the Metroplex. A Melissa McKinney update. Yeah, we're just continue to see just sporadic activity. This cell that we tracked earlier in Arlington was going to be near McKinney in about 1 o'clock, so about 50 minutes or so. About 2 o'clock, this non-severe cell that's out of Arlington getting some very heavy rain right now. And then the main line continues to be out towards Springtown. It's just now entering the Azle region. And then this is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Yeah, this is your broken squall line, if you will. Really? 95-mile-per-hour winds? Was that earlier on? Oh, you're asking about Windstar? Yeah, it's right over the Thackerville region. Yeah, you're getting the brunt of it right now. That Supercell's right over Thackerville, right outside the Windstar Casino. Yeah, very heavy rain right along the I-35 corridor now from Ardmore, swinging further south to Thackerville into Gainesville. It's approaching the I-35 corridor pretty quickly now. Hey, do the storms that come through first add fuel to that line and take it away? Yeah, so the idea with this line is it gets a little bit more intense the further east it goes. So yeah, the further we can get into the heat of the afternoon, it's 1 o'clock. The more moist, unstable the atmosphere is further east. As you can see, as we go through time, this line is really starting to fill in. So do expect stronger storms to start, bubbling up. This whole line should start to light up here shortly, at least with the severe thunderstorm warning along the leading edge with those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. You can see the gust front trying to push out ahead of the main system through Gainesville now. I'm sorry, Azle. It's running through the Granbury region now. But you got the main, the main parent upper level low is still out west. So that's like it's basically fueling this system as it gets a little bit closer. That's why it's creating that lift to overturn the atmosphere as it pulls in that Gulf moisture from the Gulf. And again, the further east you go, so you got to remember here's the Gulf, right? So I mean, you got to have the moisture source, but that is the Gulf of Mexico. So if you have a south wind, the further east this goes, it's going to be able to tap into that Gulf moisture a little bit better versus tapping into the deserts of Mexico, right? So yes, obviously the further east you go, it's going to align with the Gulf of Mexico a little bit more. So that just opens the door for more moisture and more fuel for these storms. Hey, I appreciate the donation. Thanks so much. Hey, you're debating on putting your hail protector on? Yeah, it's always a good idea, but this isn't like a. I'm not concerned about like some massive hail today. I mean, you could always get some quarter size hail. I can't roll that out in this environment. But the main concern with these are going to be your your uh, your tornadoes, right? I mean, this is what we're concerned about is tornadic spin up tornadoes. It's not really a significant hail threat. I mean, I think quarter size is about as big as we can get. Uh, you might have one or two reports of golf ball, but not really concerned about hail today. So, yeah, Marissa, there's really actually no cap today. There's definitely no cap. It's just that low level jet's going to get closer, and there's nothing to really stop this atmosphere for overturning. There's absolutely no cap in the atmosphere, so it's one of those days that all systems go right. You just need upward rising motion air. So as it gets a little bit closer, it easily it easily overturns this atmosphere. So they don't have to be concerned about some sort of blocking mechanism to allow these storms to form because we just don't have that today. Sometimes we do in setups like this, but we don't have it today. There is no cap. You can actually see that supercell towards Cleburne starting to fill in a little bit more. This is all heading towards Fort Worth. That'll eventually head towards downtown Dallas. You can see a little bit more reds trying to fill in towards McKinney now. You got some over Allen. So this is definitely starting to, fill in a little bit more than what we've been seeing so far as we've been doing live coverage. There's the Denison area. It's even filling in for them. Hey, what time, Carlos and Irving? Yeah, so we're starting to see just a little bit more activity, isolated activity move through the Metroplex. There is the city of Irving. We got activity just to the west of you. That looks like it's about to hit to looks like that's really going to go over the airport here shortly. So that looks to be you're probably going to have a ground stop at the airport now. That would likely be a certainty. So if you got flights out, this cell right here is heading towards DFW Airport right now. So we'll likely have a ground stop. We actually had one this morning, or was it yesterday? I forget. Yesterday. Hey, winds are picking up in Pilot Point. So you're probably feeling the effects of that gust front and Pilot Point. Yeah, so there's Pilot Point. That gust front is crossing 35 right now. Yeah, not too far away. So you're probably the beginning stages of that gust front. Hey, Mark, your patience with this coming in fast and furious. Yes, it definitely is one of those dynamic days. These are quickly moving 40, 45, 50 miles an hour. Yeah, it's just one of those systems. We saw this really unfold out of New Mexico. We were starting to see tornadoes out of New Mexico. Obviously, we had that tornado outbreak in Oklahoma in the overnight hours, like between 1 and 5 o'clock in the morning the other night. And then we had more isolated tornadoes yesterday. So we knew coming into today that this whole system has had a history of producing tornadoes, right? So that was the concern, that if it's already has a history of producing with the same system, and now this is the main event. So this is obviously going to be capable of producing tornadoes as well. So So far, they've been in Oklahoma. We haven't seen a tornado warning as of yet in Texas, but I'm sure that's just a matter of time as things start to come together. I just hope once it gets here, it passes quickly and it just gets it over with. I'm picking up my daughter up in Princeton now. Just have this bad feeling. Yeah, that's going to be your call, folks. I don't want to make a big announcement saying to go pick up your kid. I mean, I want to have you make that call, but just, as the weather guy, yes, it definitely appears that things are coming together for 2 to 3 o'clock in the heart of the Metroplex. So just use your own judgment on that, what you feel more comfortable with. It's always bad when it comes in the middle of the day. Obviously, in the middle of the night's bad, but during the middle of the day, more people are out and about. You got work, you got school, you got things, people on the road. Just more people are out in general. So it's not at night. You can still see them coming, but there's never a good time for severe weather, right? I mean, but we have to work with what we have and deal with what's going to come over the next couple of hours. But right now, we don't have any tornado warnings, so that is a good thing. We don't have any tornado warnings further south. There's one hanging on just north of Tulsa as this continues to build further north. And this will continue to build further north towards Coffeyville. Eventually, this will swing over into Missouri. We had that one cell earlier in Arkansas. Oh, Frisco doesn't have school today? What's today? Huh, why wouldn't they have school? I don't know. All right, so we still have that cell down towards Cleburne. That was over Blum. So this is over Lake Whitney now, State Park. This continues to move northeast at 45 miles an hour. This will head into the heart of the Metroplex. We've got that one cell essentially approaching the DFW airport right now. We'll likely have a ground stop over there for them. And just, again, more just sporadic activity. There's heavier rain pushing up through Fairview, heading towards the McKinney region. New Hope. Oh, the kids are off until Wednesday. Huh. Oh, they let it. Wow. Okay. I know my kids are going to school. I don't know. Every school district's different. Hey, what city is the northern Tulsa tornado in right now? Collinsville. Is it clear now? There's Coffeyville. Yes, in Collinsville that has cleared. Yeah, there's no more tornado warning for you up there in Collinsville. Everything is shifted off to the east now. You could still get some stuff for that one cell further south that is moving northeast. Yeah, but for right now, that cell has cleared the Collinsville region. Yeah, this one further south of you is not going to be in your area. It'll be lifting to the south. Hey, Salina, Ponder ISD off till Wednesday as well. How's the storm looking that's heading towards the DFW area? Is it severe? Well, we do have that one cell further south towards yeah, we do have these severe cells. One's out of Cleburne, the other one's coming out of Stephenville. That was by the Dublin region. These are moving pretty quickly. It was poured in Dublin. That was what, 20 minutes ago, if not even less than that. Now it's heading towards Stephenville, Toller, Granbury. So these are moving pretty quickly, guys. See anything coming towards Aubrey? Well, right now we're not seeing any severe stuff heading towards the Denton region. We do have the gust front. You're probably going to get some gusty winds here shortly. Yeah, so we talked about that cell near DFW. So there is the airport right here. So it should be pouring right now at the airport. That's why we talked about there's probably a ground stop. All right, so that's. I mean, obviously we need the rain. We really haven't had that much rain in North Texas. We had that one. I think most places have picked up about a half inch since we've started this event, since Thursday. Sorry, what day is this? I got all my days confused. Today's Monday. Yeah, since Thursday. So, but yeah, in this environment, you can get some quick, very heavy rain quickly. So you can make up some of those totals that we missed out on for Saturday and Sunday. Hey, give my kids a shout out, Wesley, Timber, and Deacon. Hey, Wesley. Hey, Deacon. Thanks for tuning in. You got big young fans, 5, 7, and 8. Big shout out to Wesley, Timber, and Deacon. Thanks for watching, pal. Y'all be safe out there. Hey, is it possible for the cell with the line if is it moving too fast? Yeah, so you have isolated stuff coming up from the south, and then you'll have the main line coming in from the west. That's moving northeast. So yeah, all this is going to kind of merge together, if you will. All right, looks like this is a brand new tornado warning that just got issued as well. Yeah, brand new tornado warning, southeastern Oklahoma for Cole and Atoka County. So brand new tornado warning, a supercell that was over near the Stringtown region, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So locations are going to be Stringtown, Wardville, Atoka, those areas that need to be in your safe zone. With this developing supercell, you can see actually the purple with this very intense heavy rain. There's your circulation right there just north of Springtown. This is all moving northeast right along Business 69. You put the maps in motion here. You can see it developing right here. There is your tornado warn cell. This is lifting northeast right along Highway 69 there. And this would likely extend into McAllister. So McAllister, you're next in line for this supercell that's coming out of Atoka. This is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So northeast at 45 miles an hour. Kiowa is in the path. Looks like it's right along Highway 69 there. It's going to be traversing right along that corridor. So if you're on 69 from Atoka to Kiowa to Savannah to McAllister, be on high alert of this developing tornado. Hey, Kyle, my 5-year-old's obsessed with POW. He says there's a tornado man. Tornado man. Just a boy who loves tornadoes. Well, tell him to be safe. Hopefully we don't see a tornado. Hey, Zachary. Why does it seem to go around Anna? Like it just seems like that way sometimes. Everybody gets their fair share eventually. You'll get some rain, don't you worry. All right, so you got that one stronger cell out of DFW Airport heading towards Capel, the Valley Ranch region, Carrollton. This would likely traverse along the I-121 corridor, south of Frisco, probably eventually swinging towards the Allen-McKinney region. Yeah, so this is a brand new tornado warning that we talked about towards Stringtown. This is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So this is Atoka and Cole County in southeastern Oklahoma until 2 o'clock. This developing supercell that's, sorry. Yeah, we watched it develop right here. It's just north of Atoka now. Our reservoir. Yeah, this is the one that's traveling right along the business 69 corridor here. Put the last couple of frames and watch this develop here. You can see it develop right here. Yeah, there's your potential tornado right here. And this looks to be moving northeast, so it looks to be traveling right along the 69 corridor. Kiowa is in the path. Savannah is in the path. Possibly McAllister if it holds together. So we're starting to see more activity. We still got the one storm out of Noweta. That's likely heading towards Joplin. So as it continues to shift further north and expand further south. All right, so those two cells south into Cleburne and out of Blum that were severe is not severe any longer. So those are no longer severe. So we're about an hour and a half in from live coverage. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Yeah, be sure to make sure you hit the like button. Be sure to share with your friends that we're doing live extended coverage right now. We typically do it for the entire duration of the event. The tornado watch was issued around 11 o'clock. We went live around noon. And it goes into 6 o'clock. So the tornado watch goes until 6 o'clock this evening. And we'll probably have an extension to that, maybe likely points eastward, as we're expecting a second round with the cold front coming in the evening. But we had stuff earlier in Tulsa, so now we're going to have likely more stuff coming in. We have the one cell near Beggs, Oklahoma, that's lifting northeast. This may be just south of Tulsa, but nonetheless, Broken Arrow needs to be looks to be in the crosshairs with this activity. We're in the clear right now in Oklahoma City, and we may just be enough east that we might not see much of anything with the cold front right there knocking on your doorstep. So you may just be done in Oklahoma City after you've had basically 3 days of it in a row. You got hit with every single day, and you were really basically in the bullseye. You've already had tornado warnings this morning. You've had them this afternoon. You've definitely had your fair share of severe weather. Where in McKinney? Well, right now McKinney's fairly dry, but do expect things to start to fill in here throughout the as we get deeper into the afternoon. The main system's still west of Denton. We have isolated stuff building in from the south. This is all lifting northeast around 45 miles an hour. How's it going over Fort Worth? Expected time frame? Yeah, we're not too far away in Fort Worth. Right now, the stuff is west of you is not severe, but you should be. The gust front is in White Settlement now. So if you live in White Settlement, you're probably feeling the stronger push of wind coming in. And really, it's approaching Denton now. So that gust front is definitely getting closer into the heart of the Metroplex. It's near Justin. Yeah, typically there's no rain along the front, but there's definitely higher winds. And the rain trout, is about 4 or 5 miles behind that gust front. Yeah, and at some point, I would imagine, at least on the data, it looks like it's going to start to. I think the individual cells would be lifting northeast, but as far as like moving east, it'll start to slow down. So I think the further east we go, we'll have a slower progression towards the east. So we'll have to factor that in. Right now, these I think they're going to continue moving northeast, but the progression eastward as we get deeper into the afternoon, I think it looks to slow down. That's why it was hard to tell if that cold front is going to be able to catch up with it or not. If it's just going to be all congealed into one line, or we're going to have a secondary line form back behind it with the cold front. Either way, I think you still get the same activity because the cold front still has to come through to clear things out. Until that cold front comes through, which is still in Abilene, a long ways away, you're still going to be susceptible to get severe weather. All right, so we have a new cell. This is a brand new tornado warning that came out of that Atoka area. So brand new cell now, 4 miles south of the Wardville area, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So Wardville and northeastern Atoka Reservoir. We've been eyeing this supercell for a while, but it continues to produce a possible tornado within this atmosphere. There. Yeah, but it's this cell right here. It's been traversing along 69 there, heading towards Limestone Cap, Reynolds, Kiowa, Savannah. Yeah, this is the extension, as we talked about, traversing along 69. This is all heading towards McAllister. So McAllister needs to be in your safe zone, even though you're not in a tornado warning right now. This is likely going to be holding together. Yeah, moving at 45 miles an hour is going to be in your going to be in your area really quickly. It looks angry right now in Houston, Sugarland. Oh, you got some pop-up activity down further south. Yeah, there's a cell down towards 99. It's probably what you're seeing right now, the darker reds out of Pecan Grove. This would likely not be severe, but nonetheless, probably some heavier rain because again, you got the south movement, southerly flow. You'll likely have some stronger storms tomorrow. Yeah, any update for Allen? So there's the city of Allen right now. Fairly clear, not much happening right now. Nothing on radar. Again, the main system is well west. Then you have a couple sporadic cells lifting north. That one that came out of DFW Airport. Yeah, it looks to be out of DFW now. Yeah, it looks like they did take the brunt of it. Yeah, temperature drop, visibility went down to less than a mile. So they did get a very heavy rain batch move in. Wow, the low pressure is dropping too. I don't know if you can feel it. Some people are susceptible to migraines. If you get a headache, I mean, there's the low pressure right now is 2906. It's pretty low. It's just a powerful storm system. Yeah, low pressure coming right. Sun is heading to science camp in Anna for the next 3 days. How's it looking for him? Yeah, it's pretty clear after tonight, folks. I mean, once we get past, especially 7 to 10 o'clock, I'm not expecting just maybe some light rain in the overnight. But yeah, nice day tomorrow and Wednesday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Thursday, we probably have more rain coming back in the picture with another approaching cold front and possibly stronger storms. It'll become more humid again. So we have 2 nice days where the atmosphere kind of dries out. We do cool off, kind of bottom out, if you will. Low temperature probably near 50, which is basically average. Wednesday morning. It'll be a nice day on a Wednesday, and then the Gulf of Mexico will come back into play on Thursday. More moisture gets back in the system, start to become humid again. We'll have rain ahead of an approaching cold front, and we could have more storms, maybe some severe. It's hard to tell right now by Friday, but then it clears out for the weekend. So I'm expecting a very nice weekend ahead. Yeah, November. I mean, if it's a kind of a normal November, you have cold fronts like every couple of days. I mean, it's pretty normal in November to have a cold front every, I don't know, 2 or 3 days, really. Um, that's why it's unusual that we're talking about a hurricane coming into the Gulf, because we don't really have a cold front. It makes it maybe in Texas, but it doesn't make it into the Southeast. So probably it's eventually it's going to be picked up, and that's why it's going to swing towards Florida. But yeah, that would be the only reason why a hurricane would be allowed in the Gulf of Mexico this time of year, because there's just no cold air further east. It doesn't exist. The cold fronts don't make it there. So there's nothing to push it out and keep it out to sea like you would normally have this time of year. So instead, it continues to lift northwest, and but yes, we are expecting. We have a storm right now south of Jamaica. We'll have a storm, possibly a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico within this region by Wednesday night, Thursday morning. As it continues northwest, there's high pressure back along the east coast that steers it westward. But then the approaching cold front by Thursday and Friday is going to put the brakes from lifting northwest and probably swing it northeast. That's why most of the remnants gets probably spread into Florida. Heavy rains again. All right, so we're starting to get more activity starting to bubble up. That cell towards Cleburne is starting to fill in. We've got heavier rains moving into Fort Worth, White Settlement. It's pouring right now. So we got activity just west of the Justin region heading into New Fairview. There's Ponder, Texas, heading into Denton. Some activity crossing over 380 right now, heading towards Prosper. So that's a good thing. We're not seeing anything severe right now in Texas. Most of that tornadic activity is in Oklahoma. And this is the cell we've been traveling for a while since Atoka. Very compact, but there's likely some circulation to warrant this tornado warning as it traverses northeast, 45 miles an hour, Savannah, and I would imagine McAllister is going to get an extension on that tornado warning. And so we continue to see the expansion further north as well. So this is coming out of Nevada, and this is continuing to lift further north, eventually heading into Missouri. This will get into Missouri here shortly, possibly north of the Springfield region, north of Springfield. It'll probably miss Joplin, but it'll definitely hit Pittsburgh. It'll cross over the Pittsburgh region. We've had a couple severe thunderstorm warnings within Dallas, but we have not had a tornado warning as of yet. We're definitely starting to see more activity starting to fill in, and even some back building activity as well. We got renewed lift coming back into play into Jacksboro, so we'll have to watch that rebuilding as well. Hey, Whitney. Yeah, I mean, just at the moment, right? So we are expecting severe weather, but it's just, at the moment, we don't have any current watches and warnings right now. But yes, the atmosphere is definitely primed for severe weather, definitely primed for tornadic activity. We're just not seeing it at this moment. So things can turn around pretty quickly. We're getting towards, closer to peak activity, I would say. We're almost at the 2 o'clock hour. Yeah, we talked about prime time being noon to 5, so we're not even technically halfway there. But it's always a good thing the further time we go in that we don't have any severe thunderstorms, the better. So if we're 2 hours into this thing, we haven't had a tornado warning yet. Most of the activity has been in Oklahoma and now swinging into actually Missouri. The Hatch Wrist area does include North Texas. It includes much of Oklahoma, and it does include much of portions of Missouri, as well as portions of Kansas. Well, again, eventually, once that cold air kind of gets in the mix, then it should definitely calm down these storms. So, storms don't like colder air, right? So if once this cold front comes into play, then you start getting some cold air mixed in, then things will. But we're kind of a long ways from that. We're not even near that yet. Hey, pouring right now in Princeton. All right, so here's your activity over Princeton. There's Highway 78 there, Farmersville. So those are just your leading bands coming in from the south, right? Yeah, cold breeze in Argyle. Well, yeah, you're probably just feeling that gust front. I remember we peaked at 85. I mean, it was 84. We've seen the peak. So yeah, I don't think it's going to get any hotter, especially with that rain that's over DFW now. It's not going to get any warmer than 84. It was a lot warmer than what was forecasted today for sure. So we weren't expecting to get to 84. It doesn't take much when your low is like 74 degrees to get to 84. What was it? 77, 74. Yeah, it looks like 74 was the official low. 74. So yeah, to get to 84 is not that much of a stretch. All right, so let's put the movement on these again. Yeah, you can see that gust front kind of mixing in with the stuff activity from the south now. This is all kind of, like they said, kind of merging together here. All that really means is the gust front just basically goes away. All right, so that's moving out of Decatur. This some heavier rains are moving into Denton now. Coming in from the west, outside of Ponder, Texas there. All right, so we're probably going to get this extension here shortly. We got what? The brand new tornado warning that was issued that was coming out of Atoka. Now it's in Kiowa, still traveling over Highway 69 there. So all these areas continue to be in your safe zone. This will eventually head up towards McAllister, so this will likely be extended. The tornado warning will likely be extended into McAllister here. And eventually possibly even in Canadian. Seems to be pretty compact. Doesn't seem to be going to be disrupted anytime soon. So will likely hold together. It's got great inflow from the south side. Nothing to kind of disrupt it from the south. Hey, lots of thunder in East Dallas. Lots of thunder in East Dallas. You can see there's a lot of lightning with this. You're probably hearing the effects from Midlothian and Venus here, or possibly even Fort Worth. You got a lot of lightning out back behind the one in the colony. Look at all that lightning. It's traveling a long ways. That's what they call anvil lightning. You got lightning over Valley Ranch and Capel, and there's nothing. That's dangerous lightning, folks. You put your guard down because it's not raining. There's no storms. That's when you can get struck by lightning. In situations like this, right over the Valley Ranch area, Cypress Waters area, Capel, the Carrollton. Yeah, look at all those lightning strikes. You got nothing, no rain or nothing in that area. Hey, starting to thunder in McKinney. Yeah, so depending on how far away you live in McKinney. Either you're hearing the Princeton stuff or the Frisco stuff. Hey, nothing in Allen just yet. Yeah, we got zoomed in on Allen here. Pretty clear right now in Allen. You're likely going to miss that stuff heading towards Frisco out of the colony. You'd probably have to wait for this activity down towards Midlothian, towards Mansfield. And this activity that's coming out of the heading towards Flower Mound. So you're probably still an hour away unless something else forms before that. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's expand the view here. Let's look at the big picture here. All right, so as this line gets a little bit closer to the Metroplex, it's going to be able to tap into more moisture from the Gulf. So we should start to have some of the intensity start to pick up as this continues to push further east. And we should start to see this activity start to fill in as well, further south, and start to back build further south as well. This whole line will likely extend all the way into Mexico eventually. So I am expecting Killeen, Austin, San Antonio, all the way down to McAllen. We'll start to have more and more stuff fill in. All right, so we got a brand new tornado warning. This one's in Arkansas. So it looks like we have a brand new tornado warning that literally just got issued. This is coming out of the Little Rock, Arkansas National Weather Service. A severe thunderstorm warning that was capable of producing a tornado that was near the Muddy Creek area, or 11 miles north of Mount Ida. 11 miles north of Mount Ida, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So notice the movement. It's further away from the low-level jet, so it's not moving nearly as fast. Stuff out west is moving at 45 to 50. This is moving at 30. But nonetheless, we do have a tornado warning for southwestern Yale County, Montgomery County, and Perry County in central Arkansas. This is central Arkansas. This is about 11 miles north of the Mount Ida area. So 11 miles north of Mount Ida. So a developing supercell that has turned tornadic. And it's likely that little inflow notch right here that has warranted the tornado warning to be issued. Yeah, let me switch. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so it's this area right here north of Sims. There is your tornado warning. That's about 11 miles north of Mount Ida. This is the movement that continues to move northeast at 30. This will be northeast at 30 miles an hour. So there's your tracker on this. That'll put it near the Briggsville region in about 33 minutes. Wing in 36 minutes. Rover in 40 minutes. This is in Arkansas, coming out of the Mount Ida region. lifting at northeast at 30 miles an hour, lifting northeast at 30 miles an hour. Hey, my husband leaves work for the Colony Grandscapes around 4, drives home to Anna. Should he be leaving early? I mean, again, there's just no best time to leave. I mean, this stuff is pretty much happening right now. So, um, right now we haven't had any severe stuff, but I am expecting stronger activity to build as we get it, into the afternoon time frame. So it is just one of those things that kind of use your judgment. We're not getting, we're not seeing, again, we're not seeing, there's no warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings happening right now within the Metroplex. All right, so we got heavier rains moving in from the Colony into Frisco. That's moving up into Prosper. That will likely clip the West McKinney region. So we do have that one warmed cell still. That was the cell that was over the Thackerville. Remember, it was over Windstar earlier. Now it's north of Texoma. Now we're talking north of the Kingston region. And that will likely shift north of the Durant, Oklahoma region, Caddo, and also head towards Atoka, where they had a storm earlier near Atoka. So yes, some of the same areas get hit over and over again with these systems trailing back behind it. And we'll have to watch for renewed activity too near the front. So we're starting to see some beginning stages of that trying to develop as well, just west of Enid. So that would be your secondary batch of storms that would likely develop into the afternoon. Hey, I'm trying to land now at DFW. We are going in circles. I bet it's just very difficult. It's a very turbulent environment. I would not want to be a pilot in this situation. You can imagine there's winds changing and height. That's the worst case scenario you can have as a pilot. So it just unfortunately makes it very difficult to land. And these you can have extreme updrafts. You can have a lot of turbulence trying to go through the layers of the atmosphere further south. So we are getting more activity that's swinging into the Metroplex. So that's why he's probably circling it right now. So if we kind of zoom in into where's DFW? That is further north. So there's not. So it looks like there's activity further south and there's activity out to your west. So there's definitely good reason why you're circling. It might be challenging to land that plane in this environment. Hey, Samantha, everyone at Honda. Yeah, good. I appreciate it. Hello. Thanks for watching live coverage. Odds of tornadoes in here in Grandview. Kind of worried about it. Yeah, again, we got prime conditions. The watch means we got all the ingredients in place until we have that warning. So right now, again, we just have a lot of dynamics in place to issue a tornado watch. We have it for another 4 more hours. We have not seen a warning within the Metroplex, but we are expecting, heavier activity as we get in the afternoon. So the further we can get deeper into the afternoon without anything, the better. All right, looks like we have a tornado on the ground. So we have a tornado on the ground. This is in Missouri. So we have a tornado that is on the ground right now, brand new tornado warning that just got issued coming out of a confirmed tornado near, was it Chetopa, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is in, Kansas. This is further north, and this is in Cherokee County in southeastern Kansas, coming out of Springfield. So let's zoom out here. Okay, so this is that cell that was coming out of Nawada, has now turned tornadic, and we do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. So confirmed tornado that is on the ground. Baxter Springs, Columbus, Roseland, Pitcher, Melrose. All these areas need to be in your safe zone immediately with this developing a tornado that has now touched down, that is on the ground right now, just north of the Nawada region. This was the same cell that we've been watching out of Tulsa that moved through Nawada. Now it's heading just outside of the Joplin, Missouri region. Yeah, so this continues to lift further north and expand in coverage. The tornado warnings continue to lift further north. Hey, Mercedes thundering out and Alan. Hey, Steven, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. It's coming down here in Blue Ridge now. Yeah, so you're starting to get some activity there, and there's the Blue Ridge area. So you're into that the darker reds here, Farmersville, Leonard, Trenton. Should be pouring in Frisco right along the tollway here. Very heavy rain, it looks like, right along the tollway and Main Street, tollway and Main Street. And there's El Dorado Parkway, and then eventually further north into 380, up towards Prosper, Salina. Got a pretty good swath of heavy rain moving through that area. There's that stronger batch coming out of Mansfield, heading into Arlington. This is just south of the airport. Hey, raining pretty good in Prosper right now. Yeah, you're under that pretty big downpour right along Preston Road. Yeah, Sell in Frisco just missing West McKinney. So what is it? 2 o'clock. So it's 2 o'clock right now. All right, so let's tap into some of the other radars. Yeah, just very sporadic activity out towards Houston. Nothing happening in San Antonio just yet. Starting to get some activity building towards Austin. A little bit more towards Waco, because we are expecting that to fill in too. But definitely over the Metroplex, there's a lot more activity. We have that one cell out ahead of the main line in Arkansas that's still tornado warned. Hey, dark over Providence Village right now. That's just outside of Denton. Yep. So you're probably seeing the rain just off to your west there, out towards Crum. When's it going to happen in Melissa? Yeah, you'll probably get hit with the stuff in Frisco and Melissa. So we put the track on that. You may or may not. This is lifting, again, it's lifting northeast. Probably towards Anna. Let's look at the hail. People are asking about the hail. Not really concerned about hail with this, but we are seeing, some areas that have, penny to nickel, some dime. We're not really concerned about hail with this setup. Sometimes you might have 1/4 inch, but this is definitely not a hail setup, or at least the main concern. It's going to be the tornadic spin ups. Hey, Christina. Hey, you're welcome. Do I think the storm in Arlington will get to Farmersville? Yeah, it's mainly lifting north. Well, I think just a combination of that. I mean, you'll get rain in Farmersville. I'm not concerned about that. Hey, hey, thank goodness we're not worried about hail this round. Yeah, I mean, typically in these this environment, you always have one favored mode of severe weather, and unfortunately, the more favored one is the higher wind gust and the tornadic thing. Tornadic spin ups with this. This is more of a tornado setup than a hail setup. A lot of times we have predominantly a hail setup where we can get pretty big hail. This is just not that type of situation. This is why we're under a tornado watch instead of a severe thunderstorm watch. All right, so let me put this back in motion here. Yeah, a lot of lightning still happening just south of Burleson there. You can see that gust front trying to still mix in, but it's kind of being washed out now. Yeah, I can see the wind starting to pick up outside my window here. Hey, Eric, what time do you expect it to hit in Greenville? Yeah, it's just going to be later on this afternoon in the Greenville region. We're probably still, I don't know, two or 3 hours away. I mean, you're going to be later in the evening. You'll likely have an extension of that tornado watch into tonight past 6 o'clock. So you could still have storms around in Greenville towards 8, 9 o'clock. Probably not out of the question. This is just the first initial wave of it. Yeah, but this pretty good cell is moving past Interstate 20 now, heading towards downtown Dallas. This will be in and around downtown Dallas here shortly. This is lifting northeast, so this would likely be what we call the heart of the Metroplex, going through Irving, Carrollton, Plano, much of Dallas, Richardson. Will likely extend up to Allen, and then we'll probably get some merging aspect of the storm out west from Flower Mound to Denton. Yeah, Whitewright is further north. Yeah, you're probably an hour away in Whitewright seeing some action, if not before that. Hey, what time should we expect it in Prosper, Salina? Well, it was pouring in Prosper here. You might be on the outskirts of that. I mean, there's a Salina and there's Prosper, depending on where you live, but it should be pouring pretty good unless you're in that dry slot off to the west. If you are, then you'll get the stuff from Denton in about 45 minutes or so. Hey, Deborah. Yeah, so you're in the pouring side of Prosper. So we still have that one cell that's severe that came out of Kingston. So this is closer to that low level jet, so it's moving a little bit faster at 50 miles an hour. This is in Bryan and Marshall, Oklahoma. So Bryan and Marshall, Oklahoma, north of Durant and northeast of Kingston. And this is all heading towards Atoka as well. Another cell that has some 60-mile-per-hour winds. They're asking about McKinney. So here's McKinney. So you got that one cell over Prosper, and this is all lifting northeast. This would likely miss McKinney, but you got stuff building from the southwest and out to the east or out to the west. Is Pilot Point and Sanger out of the woods? No, I mean this is just your first initial batch. We'll definitely have more activity forming. You can already actually see it trying to build towards Bowie, Graham, Eastland. We're actually already trying to see the beginning stages of the possible second wave trying to form. It's this wave that has to form, that has to move through. And I think once this form and it moves east, then I think that's when the overall system will start to slow down. So we're not expecting very much movement off to the east. It'll be a much slower progression. I think they'll still lift northeast, but it'll be a much slower progression to eastward. Yeah, so the Howland Van Alstyne area. Yeah, again, it looks like you'll have some of that activity coming out of Gunner. That would likely be in. I mean, there's Van Alstyne. You should be getting some rain right now, Van Alstyne. And there's a Howe. So that would be, this cell's moving northeast, 40, 45 miles an hour. Hey, Stormy, thanks for coming on to the live stream. Hey, Monique, very dark in the Aubrey region. Yeah, so it's getting very dark right now in Denton, Ponder, Crum. Aubrey's just off to your east here. All this is moving northeast. Yeah, so we're getting about 2:20 now. It's about 2:20 in the afternoon. So things are starting to come together over the heart of the Metroplex like we thought. The good thing is we don't have any severe warnings right now, so that is definitely a good thing. I was kind of expecting it to kind of be lit up right now, but it's always good when it's not that way. So we'll continue to watch this unfold and watch everything kind of come together. Just because we're not seeing anything right now doesn't mean things can't turn around quickly as more dynamics start to come together. This is kind of more of a longer duration event. It's not one of those 1 or 2 hour deals. It's just a kind of a longer duration event until we can get that second wave behind the cold front. So even though we do have the tornado watch until 6, this will likely be extended and portions through probably, I would say, 10 o'clock if when they do finally extend it. How about that southwest of McKinney? Seems to be in a good hook on it. Yeah, it's starting to get there for sure. Yeah, this is what he was talking about right here as it's trying to fill in on the south side. So you got this inflow notch or this hook that's often referred to. Not much on the south side, so that's definitely a little bit concerning if that continues to. Yeah, this is all moving northeast, crossing over Highway 380 right now. This will be crossing into Highway 4455, Chambersville, the Weston region, into Anna. Yeah, it looks like that heavier rain's approaching downtown Dallas now. That is shifting into Irving, heading into the Highland Park area, crossing over the George Bush here shortly. This would likely be heading into Collin County here. It might miss you in Blue Ridge. Hey, started hearing all the thunder a moment ago. Hey, that one's heading towards Anna. All right, so we still have a couple tornado warnings further north into Oklahoma. And that one that just was actually on the ground just outside of Kansas here. And then we had one earlier out into Arkansas as well. Hey, getting dark now in Salina. Yeah, you're probably just seeing that heavier batch that's just outside of your area. Hey, Ted. Ted's always got the jokes. I love your dad jokes, Ted. Hey, tell us about Rockwall. Yeah, so Rockwall is further east. So all this is kind of shifting your way eventually. So we're still, we're still a good hour, well over an hour or two away in Rockwall. But you'll get there. You'll have more activity later this afternoon for sure. Here, I'm gonna leave this right here for a second. I'll be back in. I'll be back in a second. Let me put the motion on. All right, I'm back. Hey, refill those legs. Yes, obviously this ground is completely dry. It's been so dry. You know, you got the second wettest month on record, second wettest in October, and you don't get hardly anything until the last day on Halloween. And then, even then, it was just a quarter inch. Yeah, you always expect to have pretty good rains in fall to refill them after the summer, but we just haven't gotten that this year. Of course, we're going into some of the drier months too, with the winter coming on. Those are always drier months. So it's a long way till spring to help refill some of the lakes. Most of them are down to 80% across the Metroplex. So we could definitely use the water. Hey, getting dark in Pilot Point. What are the chances of a tornado here? Yeah, I mean, we've got the tornado watch happening for another 4 hours or so. So it's always a possibility. Right now, we haven't seen any warnings. Let's just hope that continues. Most of the warnings, if not all the warnings, have been further north. Oklahoma continues to remain active. Most of that has now shifted out of the Oklahoma City region, has actually now shifted out of Tulsa. Sorry, I just had to switch radars. Not out of Tulsa yet, but we're slowly trying to get there. Yeah, when we oh, that's a brand new. This is a brand new warning. So okay, so brand new severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so we have another individual cell coming out of Dallas. All right, so brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Rockwall County, Southern Collin County, and Dallas County. So this is a developing supercell that was over Cockrell Hill, moving at 45 miles an hour out of downtown Dallas. So locations in the path are going to be Dallas, University Park, Highland Park, Dallas Love Field around 2:35. So yeah, we have another airport that will likely be ground stopped with this warning moving overhead. We've got Garland, Richardson around 2:45. So this is for some 60-mile-per-hour winds and possibly some quarter-size hail, as this cell has. You can definitely see the darker reds, and this is actually not good here. So you got this area right here could start to rotate as well as this lifts northeast. So yes, we have a stronger cell coming out of the Dallas region. This is in Cockrell Hill. This is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So northeast at 45 miles an hour. And this is getting a little bit stronger at the last couple frames. And so Highland Park is under the gun for this developing cell that will continue to lift northeast. So we have a pretty big area that is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Does include Garland, Plano, Allen, Lucas, Nevada, Rockwall. All those areas are under this severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued for this developing strengthening cell that's coming out of Dallas. You can definitely see the darker reds associated with this. Even a little inflow notch, which is definitely concerning. So we'll have to watch this area pretty close. It's this area right here that could be showing some signs of rotation right now. Highway 67. This is by the city of Oak Cliff. This is south of downtown Dallas. So south of downtown Dallas. Pretty concerning leading edge right here. We could be having a quick spin up tornado within this environment. I cannot rule that out. This is Interstate 20 and Highway Interstate 35. So 35 and 20, really concerned about the leading edge of this cell right here coming out of the Cockrell Hill, heading over towards downtown Dallas. And Highland Park would be in the crosshairs of this. You can watch this come together in those last couple of frames. That does not look pretty, folks. Yeah, so we have if you're just now tuning in, we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just south of downtown Dallas. It has some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail, and we are seeing rotation just south of downtown Dallas. This is lifting northeast, heading towards the Whitley Historic District. Fair Park would likely be into. Looks like it not as see how these can quickly spin up and spin down. We might have had something. I mean, it could easily have been a tornado. We just don't have any confirmation of that. But we're not showing the rotation as much any longer. But there was definitely something there. We could have had something we could have had something for a couple of minutes there. But definitely the same supercell continues to lift northeast, coming out of the Whitley place, Fair Park, likely Swiss Avenue would be in line with this rotating possible supercell that's just south of downtown Dallas. Yeah, so it was 2:30. It was about 2:30, and this was south of Dallas. So we'll have to recall that because that definitely looked like there was something there for about 2 minutes or so along that leading edge. It showed that inflow notch there and then all of a sudden that leading edge really had a lot of rotation just south of Dallas. So we'll have to watch the surveys over the next couple of days and see if something did in fact touch down or not out of that environment. But nonetheless, you definitely see a lot of the lightning strikes starting to intensify. Yeah, numerous lightning strikes. So a strong cell that's developing just south of the Dallas region. This is the same cell that's going to be lifting into the Garland, into Plano, into Mesquite, into Allen, Lucas, Nevada, those areas towards Rockwall. This cell is lifting your way. So let's see. Storm. Dang it. All right, it's impossible two things that most. Hey, I just received a code red call notification. Yeah, so that is the that's the severe thunderstorm warning that for your area. So you are within that polygon, if you will, the warned area. So that's why you're likely getting that call from the code red. But still, I mean, this is still showing that little inflow notch. So we still have to watch this area closely, folks. This is probably the most concerning cell of the day for the Metroplex, as right over the heart of downtown Dallas, we are watching this developing cell that has just a ton of lightning with it, lifting northeast. And at times, it is showing some rotation on the south side of Dallas. So this is going to be lifting into the Garland region, heading towards possibly Plano, Lake Ray Hubbard, Saxe, Murphy, Richardson. All those areas need to be on the lookout with this cell. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning, so you already should be kind of on high alert because you're already under that severe thunderstorm warning. But this may turn into a tornado warning if things, get a little bit, more concrete here. Hey, Melissa just got the severe warning as well. Did they extend it already? Sometimes. Um, Melissa. Yeah, it looks like they did, in fact, when they went ahead and extended this. It's just not showing up yet. Should be any second now. But it looks like they did, in fact, extend the severe thunderstorm warning because this cell is just moving so fast. So it's just pouring over downtown Dallas now, Highland Park, Carrollton, Richardson. These cells are moving pretty quickly. Again, 45 miles an hour. Garland, the Plano region. This is all heading towards Frisco, McKinney, getting into Melissa. Hey, let's see. Pal trying to do three things at once. Yeah, sometimes it can get difficult with the kind of a one-man show here. Trying to watch all this stuff here. Hey, grandmother called 110 was a small, brief spin up. Yeah, it had to have been, folks. I mean, I would not be surprised if there was some little small spin up there south of Dallas. That definitely looked concerning on radar for sure. Yeah, that was the storm out of Cockrell Hill. So Cockrell Hill, just south of Dallas, around 2:30. Our school is releasing kids early today in North Fort Worth. Yeah, so you got Fort Worth. The activity is starting to get really dark outside my house now. Hey, will Princeton get hit by this cell? Yeah, I would think so. So once this is going to continue to lift northeast, I would think Princeton would be in the crosshairs from this as it continues to lift northeast. Hey, we saw it. It said it didn't look like it made contact with the ground. Oh, you saw it, Destiny? Okay, I appreciate it. Hey, thanks for Yeah, if you got confirmation on that cell south of Dallas, if you live in and around that area and you were kind of watching it, had some eyes on it, um, looks like we've had a viewer chime in, said it there was some lowering, but they didn't have confirmation that it touched. Hey, will it be safe to travel from Melissa to McKinney? Yeah, I mean you can see it. Well, you can see it starting to really fill in now. So I mean the skies are darkening. The leading edge is in Plano. Coming into Allen pretty quickly. Again, these are moving at 45 miles an hour, so these are moving very quickly. Things are starting to darken up in Frisco. Yeah, you can see the extension now all the way down to Waco now. We're starting to get feeder bands further south into Killeen. So this is still continuing to build further south as well. Wow, this is moving quick. So we had a storm over McAllister, and this is already well north. Stinger, Gore. Yeah, these cells are just booking it. Yeah, another tornado warning cell. This is in eastern Oklahoma. This will likely end up in northwestern Arkansas and eventually head towards Missouri as this activity continues to shift further north. A vision, yes, it is supposed to be building south, bound down towards Austin. So yes, we are expecting more activity start to really fill in as we get deeper into the afternoon, as the cold front will get a little bit closer. That's also when I'm expecting the line to kind of slow down as well. So yeah, we're still well early. You can probably see the beginning stages of that back half storm down towards Graham. This will likely be the line that will likely be filling in here and extending down to Austin. It continues to build south. It will come up to North Texas and prolong this weather. Well, we already expecting until at least 6, and again with the cold front coming in, factoring that in, there's definitely going to be some areas that will still have storms around until 10 o'clock this evening. So this is a long time. We're not even close to done with this. Hey, rain is just starting, Janet, and Aubrey. So rain is just starting in Aubrey area. Hey, odds of a tornado are 10% and less right now in Hunt County. Yeah, 10% is actually pretty high. So yeah, you have 2%, 5%, 10%. Whenever it's 10%, that's actually really high, considering in the tornado world. Yeah, very rarely it gets to 15%. Very rarely it ever gets above that. 30%, I've seen as much as 30%, but 10% days can produce a lot of tornadoes. Yeah, most of it were 10% days in Florida right before Milton. To kind of give you an idea, 10% is actually a lot in the tornado world. All right, so we got another nasty cell in Otoka. Yeah, so they got hit hard earlier, and now they're getting another cell that's moving through with some very heavy rain, a lot of lightning with that system, some 60-mile-per-hour winds with it as well. That's also heading towards McAllister. So we had that one tornado warning expire. This one continues. to lift it northeast. That will likely get near the Fayetteville area. So the one in Dallas goes until 3:15. So that's another 30 minutes or so. Yeah, it looks to be pouring now over Highland Park, heading towards Richardson. Addison's getting a pretty good downpour with this cell. That's moving into the Plano region. And it's almost approaching the Allen area. So that's approaching Allen here shortly. Yeah, even though it's not warned in some of these areas, you're still getting likely some 40, 50. Remember, a severe thunderstorm warning is 60 miles an hour or less. I mean, 60 miles an hour. So basically 58. So you can still have some 40, 45, 50, 55 mile per hour winds and not be warned. All right. So that can be considered a strong supercell. But yeah, since a warned cell is at least 58 miles an hour or greater. Mm-hmm. Hey, barely raining in far north Dallas. Hey, dropped to 68 degrees and prosper rather quickly. Yeah, it's pretty amazing what rain and clouds will do. How long do you think these storms are sticking around in Plano? I have to go to work there at 6 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, there could still be some more storms building because we have another line building starting to come together. So this would be likely your beginning stages of another line that's likely going to fill in that also has to move across the Metroplex. So I think this is just kind of round one, if you will. Hey, internet just went out. Yeah, hopefully I don't lose power. It doesn't look too bad right now, but it's not even actually in my backyard yet. It's what looks to be shortly. So if I happen to go off the air, nothing's happened to me. I just lost power. But let's hope it didn't go out. Hey, be safe. Hey, my dog is terrified of storms, so he's been anxious and mess all day. Yeah, I mean, these pressures are crazy low. He's probably feeling it. I mean, you can definitely you just feel the air. Yeah, the barometric pressure, a lot of people are kind of susceptible to this barometric pressure, and that's 2905. Yeah, 2905. It's almost in the 28 range. So you got the 2966. Where was it at? So 29. Oh, half inch. We've got a half inch so far at the airport. Yeah, so that one cell that likely had that one circling over the airport produced a half inch. Oh yeah, there's the airport. And yeah, so they'll probably get more too with this stuff coming out of Fort Worth. Hey, heavy rain right now in Allen. So yeah, you're getting the approaching band coming into the Allen region towards Waters Creek. So you're starting to feel that as well. This is all heading towards Highway 121. Looks like it's pouring in Plano, Richardson, Garland. Yeah, any updates for Anna? Yeah, so there's the city of Anna. This is all kind of heading your way. I would imagine in the next, I don't know, 30 minutes or so, it would likely be pouring in Anna. Hey, Frisco area just started raining pretty hard. Yeah, looks like most of it's on the tollway here. Yeah, tollway and what is that? Main Street, tollway and Main Street here. Let me put the watches back on. Yeah, so here's the current watches. Looks like some areas did get extended. So they went ahead and extended the tornado watch further north into Kansas as well as southwestern Missouri until 9 o'clock. So this is some of the extension that we talked about. So they have not pushed it further south yet, but this will likely be extended into Longview, Texarkana, Tyler, Palestine, as we get closer in the evening. But since everything's kind of shifting further north, they went ahead and extended the tornado watch, which they've already actually had several warnings. So they should have done it about an hour ago. But nonetheless, we do have more tornado warnings happening in and around the far extreme portions of southeastern Kansas and southwestern Missouri, as the whole entire line continues to lift northeast and expand in coverage. So you got the leading edge of some of these cells. So you got this cell coming out here out of Paradise Hill that also looks to possibly be rotating as well. Yeah, it's very quick with these. You're really got to be watching this closely because it doesn't take much. I mean, it could have very brief spin ups and then kind of close in the gaps. Just within that one radar scan, it definitely closed in, but it was looking a little bit more pronounced before it closed in. So these are very quick. You got to catch them at the right time to be able to see this. Some of them will be more pronounced, and those will be more the longer duration tornadoes. But these brief spin ups are very difficult to detect and give you advanced warning with these things. But yes, those areas in yellow, that is your tornado watch. So we'll go back and remove that so you can actually see a little bit better now. Yeah, let me zoom in for you. Hey, here in Thunder right now in McKinney near Hardin and El Dorado. Intensity picking up on 121 and Custer. Hey, will these storms approaching McKinney work the atmosphere over enough to take the severe risk away? Yeah, it's possible. But I mean, it rained at the airport and it's still 80 degrees. So I don't know if it's taken away too much of the instability as of yet. We still got to get the cold front coming in. Yeah, pouring right now, and Plano. Yeah, you're still under that severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 3:15. So that goes until 3:15. Yeah, you can't really even see the gust front anymore. It's pretty much washed away. It gets mixed in with the both of the cells kind of merging together now. Hey, Thunderer and Historic McKinney. Yeah, I would imagine it's going to be pouring here in McKinney here in about 10 minutes or so, if not sooner. Yeah, we kind of talked about, 2 or 3 o'clock. Grayson. Hey, Terry, we're Grayson. What are we referring to here? Is that Grayson County? What I'm sorry. Is that a city? It's pouring right now in Rock Hill. Hey, pouring sideways, Stacy and Ridge and McKinney. Yeah, so there is the heavy rain over Allen, Fairview over Highway 121 there, Preston Road, outside of Prosper and 380. This is all lifting towards West McKinney and eventually likely towards Melissa. Even heavier batch moving into Garland. That is definitely some intense rain over Buckingham and Shiloh Road. Yeah, Tarrant and Denton County has trimmed down from the tornado watch. Yeah, that makes sense. They're west, so they're closer to that cold front. So, hey, thunder in Princeton, just north of Walmart. Hey, Richardson, Texas, just got hammered with rain, but it's all done now. No damage. Hey, appreciate the report, Colleen. Yeah, the wind is starting to whip. I can hear it whipping outside now. Yeah, I'm probably going to start getting into the heavy rains myself. It hasn't rained just yet here, but it's only a matter of time. That purple there, that's showing some maybe some bigger size hail. Let's see. No, we don't really we don't really have any. It just hails is not really an issue here. Half inch, it's some nickel size hail. Yeah, there's your hail. There's not much hail, if any hail. But it's definitely starting to fill in. I mean, you can definitely see from Cleburne to Burleson to Dallas to Fort Worth to Flower Mound to Garland to Plano up to McKinney. It's all filled in. It's all red. So it's definitely filling in over the Metroplex, all the way up to Sherman. We still have a lot of lightning with that cell in Dallas and portions of Collin County. Yeah, tornado watch was canceled in Denton County. We've seen some rotation at time, but nothing, nothing that. Well, let's look at this. So, I mean, we could argue there's possibly some rotation outside of Allen over Waters Creek. There's possibly some rotation around George Bush and south of Saxe, north of Garland there. There's pockets of circulation around 635. Hey, Van Alstyne, any updates for Van Alstyne? So let's zoom back into Van Alstyne. So we got Salina, Prosper. Sorry, we're going to go to 75. Yeah, so right now, not much happening in Van Alstyne, but you're probably, 20, 30 minutes away as this cell's moving northeast. Hey, it's supposed to rain until 7 o'clock. What about Howell and Sherman? Yeah, so there's the city of Howell right along 75 there. Most of the activities off to your west there, and Gunner, Dorchester, Collinsville. The more intense rain is further south towards McKinney and Plano. Very heavy rain just north of Garland here. Yeah, it's not going to rain for a whole hour in some of these locations, but some of these rainfall rates can approach almost 2 inches per hour. So it's got some pretty intense rain when it does downpour in your area. Now, since these are moving at 45 miles an hour, it's obviously not going to rain for an hour straight with that intensity. But um, with this second line, we are expecting it to slow down a little bit, and some of these rainfall rates can probably pick up. Yeah, severe thunderstorm and Allen. Yeah, so here we are right here. That's the cell over Waters Creek. You're just on the outskirts of that Warren cell that goes on for another 10 minutes or so. Hey, you're pretty sure lightning struck your street? I bet. I mean, there's a ton of lightning out there. I know one time when I was doing live coverage, lightning struck about two houses down. I mean, it knocked me out of my seat. It happened, the lightning and thunder were just like basically right on top of each other. I was like, that had to hit something. And just my neighbor was telling me about it two days later that it fried most of her stuff in our house. That is definitely scary when it's in your backyard. Hey, getting windy now, and hey, Brooke, how you doing? Pretty dark in Rowlett. You remember that? Yeah, it was. Yeah, definitely. That was like whoa. It definitely made my hair stand up. All right, so the wind is just whipping out now. So I'm definitely getting the stronger wind gusts. Looks like it's starting to really come down now. All right, so it looks like there's more activity approaching downtown Dallas. We got more heavy rain coming into the heart of downtown there, heading into Irving, back through Arlington there, and that's as well as south into Burleson, into Cleburne. And we have to watch this activity too, because again, these are the eastern areas. These are some of the areas that's been kind of untapped, if you will, but it's in line with the Gulf, right? So you're starting to get renewed activity back towards Tyler, back towards Sulphur Springs, into the Palestine area. So just because you really haven't seen much of anything out there in East Texas, you're not going to miss out on this. You're going to get as much or if not more activity. So you just haven't gotten it yet. So if this activity keeps up, then we'll need to extend the watch further off to the east, which I'm sure they will in time. But we'll definitely be watching more activity trying to fill in out here towards East Texas as well. Hey, cooled off big time in Pottsboro. Yes, this is the first wave. This is the first wave coming in. Yeah, like I said, the good thing is we have not really had any tornado warnings within, say, the Metroplex. There's definitely been some out in Oklahoma and Arkansas, but right now it's been the what we could all wish for is the just the stronger heavy rain coming in um, of a lot of these kind of drought-stricken areas. Feels cooler outside of Melissa than it did 30 minutes ago. Yeah, for sure it will. I mean, it's definitely cooled down where this rain has started. I mean, rain alone will cool the atmosphere down. I mean, we've definitely already hit the high of the day. It is yeah, and it's one of those rains, it's just coming straight down, right? There's not much wind with it right now. It's just coming straight down. Hey, lots of water on the roads. And you got to think the ground is very, you think in situations like this is how you can get flash flooding. I know that sounds like we haven't had too much rain because you got to think of it like a desert right now. The ground is like super, super hard. So when it's pouring at this rate, it is not going to soak in, folks. It's very difficult. The ground is a rock. um, so you could you're a little bit more susceptible if it comes down all at once in situations like this when the ground is just so uh, so dry. So you got to think of it. It's not quite like the desert, but there's been areas that really hasn't rained much in the last 6 weeks, like nothing, hardly, not even a drop of rain. We picked up a little bit, but we haven't had much, right? So seeing this, you want it to come in spurts. You don't want it to like very heavy downpour. Hey, Jessica, power's out in Wiley. It's pouring now in Denison, thunder and lightning. Hey, plenty of large cracks in the ground to take some of that runoff. Well, that's true too. So yeah, you got a lot of cracks in the ground. I've lived in Texas all my life, and we've in fact, this is the third year in a row, folks. Remember, we've had three dry spells. We've had one in 2022, 2023, 2024. We went 35 days without a drop. We went just about the same time frame last year, and it was even a longer dry spell in 2022. I might have gotten flipped there, but either way, we've had 3 years in a row. We go 6 or 7 weeks straight with nothing. Yeah, I would argue you can almost see the slowing down of the nature of this cell over Dallas. It's not moving to the east nearly as much, right? Yeah, here's more of a longer time span. It just doesn't seem to be moving to the east nearly as much. Yeah, this is over a that's over an hour time span. I think it's already slowed, folks. It's not moving to the east as much as it did earlier. Hey, Wendy, when you say hail, are you talking like just little pea-sized hail? My husband said really small. Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be like little pea-sized hail, little baby hail, um, what they call pocket change hail. But there is definitely no hail out there. Yeah, that you can basically get in any like garden variety thunderstorm around here. It's not technically severe, that type of hail, but you're always going to get that possibly in a stronger thunderstorm. Yeah, look at that very heavy rain over St. Paul. Look at that, man. That's some blinding rain. And there's probably that's one area that could have some smaller hail with it. Right over the St. Paul there. That's got some very expensive housing right there. Yeah, Lucas. This is all lifting northeast, heading right over Lake Lavon, actually. Hey, will Denton get less of it based on the current track? Yeah, I mean, Denton's, at least the first round is pretty much done. Um, you'll have to see if that second round develops ahead of the cold front. Yeah, but right now everything's lifting northeast, and they went ahead and canceled the tornado watch for you. Yeah, most of the activities is shifting, east of 35. Yeah, heavy rain and Lowry Crossing right now. Yeah, so this severe thunderstorm warning will expire, and wow, look at all that lightning, folks. That is a lot of lightning coming out of that storm. All right, got a quarter inch. Got a quarter inch so far. Hey, pouring in Princeton. It's in Melissa now. Yep, yep. There's the city of Melissa, heading towards Anna, just outside of 75 there. This is all heading towards the Blue Ridge, Leonard, Trenton. Oh, it looks like they did extend this. So we went ahead and extended the severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning of the same cell that we've been watching that's coming out of Plano and Garland. So this was a storm that was located over Wiley, still moving at 35, 45 miles an hour. So locations in the path are going to be the Princeton, Farmersville, Lowry Crossing. We just got confirmation it's pouring there right along around 320, over the city of Merritt around 335, and Leonard at 340. So Leonard at 340. So it's in Princeton now, and going to be in Leonard in about 25 minutes at 340. So we do expect some definitely some stronger wind gusts, a lot of lightning with this supercell. and some gusty winds out ahead of it. Some of the stronger cell could see upwards to maybe 60 miles an hour. I mean, this is and it's probably more or less in this area, this purple, this blue area. That's where you're seeing probably some pocket change hail, definitely some stronger wind gusts out of that. It's heading right over the city of Branch, and it looks to be on kind of a line to include between Princeton and Farmersville. Yeah, so brand new severe thunderstorm warning does include portions of Collin and Grayson and portions of Fannin County. This is all lifting northeast. We're talking Leonard, Princeton, Trenton, Blue Ridge, Celeste, Wolf City. Those areas are under the severe thunderstorm warning for the next 40 minutes or so. Hey, lots of rain coming down to Melissa. Yeah, so there's that cell. Where were you asking me, Wiley? So this is more of a broken squall line, but you always look at the kind of the leading edge of these. That what we saw earlier is just south of Dallas. Looks like something off 78 there, Copeville. Yeah, the atmosphere is definitely rotating in St. Paul, Wiley, Clear Lake, Copeville, the Lavon region. It is definitely spinning there. A lot of lightning with it just outside of Lake Lavon. So this activity is approaching the 380 corridor. So right now this is in Lavon and Nevada. This is approaching Millwood, just north of Rockwall and Fate. Hey, sitting in the school pickup line in Wiley. Yeah, there is definitely some torrential rains with these cells. I mean, that was coming out of St. Paul, but those deep purples have very, very heavy rain, probably some pocket change hail. Is showing a little bit of rotation here. Yeah, so we're talking areas like in Branch, the Clear Lake area, Copeville would be another one. This will swing up to Lavon Beach Estates. And this activity is likely going to head towards the Farmersville region. All right, so we still have some of those warned cells just north of the Fort Smith, Arkansas area. This is in eastern This is the same cell that came out of McAllister earlier. Now it's well north into a Stillwell, coming out of a Stillwell region. And this is eventually going to be crossing over the state line, heading into Arkansas, just maybe northwest of the Fayetteville region. Likely heading towards Rogers, Bella Vista, and eventually heading into Missouri. Hey, Vanessa, torrential downpour in Princeton. All right, so that's a renewed that's another new cell. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning down here south of Dallas again. Yeah, so brand new cell coming out of the Grandview region. So a developing severe thunderstorm at a Grandview, or just about 10 miles southeast of Alvarado. This is moving at 45 miles an hour. So continued activity building further south now. So now we're talking Midland, Venus, and Maypearl are in the crosshairs in about 4 minutes or so of this stronger cell, this worn cell. Cedar Hill, Avila, and Oakleaf around 340. DeSoto and to Glen Heights and to Red Oak around 345. And Duncanville and Lancaster around 350. So Duncanville and Lancaster around 350. So again, it has some 60-mile-per-hour winds, very heavy rain, just torrential downpours, a lot of lightning with it, and yes, it continues to build further south. So some of this area has been hit. This is for your second time now. Hey, electricity's out in far North Dallas, near Campbell and Coit Road since 3:10 or so. But yeah, this is definitely a stronger cell that is moving into Farmersville, the Princeton region. Yeah, just very, very, very torrential rains crossing over Highway 380. I mean, you could argue some of this activity is rotating at times. This is crossing over Highway 380 between Princeton and Farmersville. And then this is lifting again, continued northeast. So Blue Ridge, the Celeste area, Trenton, Leonard, Wolf City, you're all in the area of the severe thunderstorm warning for the next 40 minutes or so. That's until 4 o'clock. Hey, every time the weather gets bad, I can always count on you being here. Thanks so much. Hey, you're welcome. Hey, it's pouring here in Melissa right now. Oh, sorry. Melissa is saying it's pouring here right now. So pouring in East Allen. Haven't gotten anything in Trenton yet. Yeah, it's still quite not in Trenton, but it's only a matter of time. Yeah, you're still fairly clear in Trenton and Leonard, but it won't be in about 20 minutes or so. I wouldn't say it's pronounced, but I would say there's definitely some. I mean, you got some deep purples in this. You've got a lot of the yellows mixing in with the red. I mean, that's typically changing winds coming outside of the radar. So there's definitely, signs of some rotation. This isn't warranted for a tornado, but there's definitely signs of rotation here. That's going to be moving into the Princeton and Farmersville area. You can see this lifting northeast. This would be likely heading towards, again, Princeton to Farmersville to Blue Ridge, Celeste. If it keeps on pace, it would head towards Leonard. All right, so we'll continue to watch this line. You can see the front. It's now past Abilene. It's now past Wichita Falls. So the front is heading towards Mineral Wells now. We really haven't seen the back half really get more pronounced as of yet. So everything's feeding into the warm sector now. These storms are going to be gravitating towards the warmer air, which is east. We're definitely getting a noticeable sign of more activity forming in East Texas. Yeah, I'm referring to this activity here. This is all new growth. This is an untapped environment. It's still plenty warm out there. Hey, started raining and thunderstorming. Can you comment on Anna and Van Alstyne? Yeah, so let's move on to Anna and Van Alstyne. All right, so we got some heavier rain in Anna still. You still got some light to moderate rain over Van Alstyne. But you can see once this moves through, there's not much behind it until maybe more activity forms out west. Yeah, but the activity over Princeton and Farmersville has a ton of lightning with it still. Yeah, some very torrential heavy rain. I mean, that's got to be blinding rain there off 380. Yeah, and at times it was showing blue. So that's even the strongest rain. That is some intense rainfall rates right there. Anything for Allen, Lucas area this evening around 6 or 7? Yeah, so again, we are watching possible more, back building, maybe an extension of the severe thunderstorm, maybe the extension of the tornado watch off to the east. Still fairly early. It's only 3:28. Yeah, you're going to be hard pressed to find a report of quarter-size hail. We really weren't that concerned about hail today. It's more of a tornado threat, which right now we have another confirmed tornado that is on the ground. So this is in out of Tulsa. This is a storm that's actually stationary, a confirmed tornado near Eldon. This is a confirmed tornado near Eldon that is literally stationary as we speak. So you can actually see this a little bit better now. So we have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now near Elwood? Eldon, and this is northern Adair and southeastern Cherokee counties. So this is a confirmed tornado. So Eldon, Christie, Barron, Westville, Proctor, Cherokee Landing. This is all. Where is the city of Eldon? Yeah, here's the city of Eldon right here. So this is a storm that's, let's put this motion on, that has really slowed down to a halt. and it's a stationary as of 325. You can see there's not much again on the south side to disrupt this system. You can actually see this right there. You can see it better. Yeah, there's your tornado, and as it's lifting, yeah, very strange for a tornado to be stationary at the moment, but nonetheless, we have a tornado that is confirmed that is nearly stationary, drifting to the northeast. Yeah, you can see this here. Just as outside of Eldon here, Proctor, Sanders, Titanic. Um, you're all under the gun for this confirmed tornado that is on the ground. It's going to be crossing 62. This is Business Road 62. Let me get your bearings straight. There is the city of Tulsa. There is Muskogee. And we do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now, just to the west of Stillwell. This is west of Stillwell, likely swinging north of Salam Springs. You can actually see the tornado right here. This would be your tornado right here. It is crossing over County Road 51 right now, heading towards Business 62. So we're tracking a confirmed tornado that is on the ground in Oklahoma, just west of Stillwell. So if we zoom out here, this is Fort Smith, Arkansas. This is Stingler, and then you got Muskogee. So just to the northeast of Muskogee, we do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground still, at least for a couple minutes now. That's crossing over 62. That looks to be just north of Westville, and Watts. Salam Springs would likely be in the path of this storm. Not warned yet, but I would likely be in your safe zone, as this is actually even getting a little bit more pronounced as we continue to watch this. So we have seen several confirmed tornadoes since I've been doing live coverage. They've all been in Oklahoma. There was one on the far outskirts of Kansas, and there was definitely one in portions of, I think, Arkansas. Right on the border here, you're watching these storms that came out of Tulsa. But yet this is another cell that turned tornadic, and it continues to be on the ground as we speak. Crossing over Business 51 right now. It's right on the doorstep. And then it can eventually be on 62 and just north of the Westville region. But it looks like Salam Springs is in the bullseye. So if you live in that area, you need to be on high alert of a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now, just off to your south. You can definitely see the hook on the south side there. Yeah, there's your tornado, folks. Yeah, very dangerous storm right now happening just northwest of Stillwell. You should be in your safe zone immediately. This confirmed tornado has been on the ground at least 5 minutes, if not longer. And it doesn't seem to be letting up. It actually looks to be more pronounced as we speak. And this will continue. That will likely be extending this tornado warning. That goes on for another 10 minutes or so. they will probably be extending this for Salam Springs here. All right, so definitely be on high alert there. All right, so they were asking about Blue Ridge. All right, so here's the city of Blue Ridge. You're getting your fair share of the torrential rains. You can see these are moving pretty quickly, folks. So it's out of Princeton and Farmersville already. It's heading towards the city of Arnold. Pike, Blue Ridge is getting the brunt of it right now. Eventually, Trenton. It wasn't long ago they didn't have anything, and now they're getting the yellows come back in that region. Leonard. Looks like there's more activity building back into McKinney again, into Allen. Some more heavy rain building back over to Collin County and further south into Allen. Some more heavy rain moving back over to Love Field area. And then we still have that severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson County, further south into Ellis County. Now this is south of Dallas here. So we're talking it's in Midlothian right now. And it's going to be in Cedar Hill, Avila, and Oakleaf around 340. DeSoto, Glen Heights, and Red Oak around 345. Duncanville and Lancaster around 350. And Hutchins around 4 o'clock. So yes, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Another cell that's moving northeast around 45 miles an hour. Hey, anything heading towards Fate, Texas area? I'm hearing thunder off in a distance. Yeah, so here's your Forney. Let's see, Fate. Let's see, Heartland. I know Fate's around here somewhere. Fate. But nonetheless, yes, this will be lifting northeast. So eventually you're still, a good 45 minutes away at least. But yes, this activity over Dallas, Midlothian, Venus, this would eventually be all lifting. This is all lifting northeast. I don't know. All these cities run together eventually. Sure, I know Fate's around there somewhere in Heartland. But yes, right now it's pretty clear in Fate, but this is all moving your way. Oh. Yeah, so there's your torrential rains. Now over Arnold, heading over Pike and into Lane. You got no power right now in Wiley. Yeah, let me look at the power outages. So we got about 4,700 out in Collin County, 22,000 out in Denton, about 6,000 out in Dallas County. So there are definitely some people without power right now within the Metroplex. It says we're about 26,000 customers without power in Texas, with some of these stronger cells coming in. I don't know what on a daily basis what the average is, but sometimes we'll have power outages without anything going on. Of course, there's a lot of people live here. Yeah, out of 14 million, there's 14 million customers. There's 26,000 without power. Uh, yeah, look at that heavy rain over Waxahachie, Dallas, Plano, back into McKinney again. What are we watching for? Um, I mean, nothing perfect. I mean, 12 to 5 was just your main time frame of the more intense activity, and then possible more activity after that. But we've seen several severe thunderstorm warnings. We have not had any tornado warnings in Texas that I know of that I've been doing live coverage. Most of the activity has been in Oklahoma, and we've had several tornadoes. In fact, this was still on the ground. I mean, definitely not as pronounced as it was, but we still have confirmation that it's still on the ground, because that's you could argue this has been on the ground for a really long time. 3 miles east of Eldon. It was stationary for a time. It looks like it's trying to close in. Okay, so it's pouring again. So we got it's back again. More heavy rain over my house. But yeah, this tornado has probably been on the ground 10-15 minutes at least. But it's definitely not as pronounced as it was. It's definitely trying to close off. So it's probably winding down now, which is good. But if it drops a tornado, I mean, you see there's nothing out ahead of it. I mean, this is it's got free reign. So sometimes these can cycle, often referred to as a cycling. So this could easily spin back up again. But right now we're still have the confirmation they'll probably just go ahead and let this expire. It's got about another 3 minutes or so. So we'll see if they extend this. They'll probably extend it, but take away the observed tornado. All right, so let's go back to this cell over here towards Leonard. Yeah, so this whole area has definitely been showing rotation from time to time, and this is what they're probably referring to over Pike. This is the area that is likely rotating right now and heading towards the city of Leonard. So this is heading towards the city of Leonard. So we don't have. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that has some rotation that's crossing over 64. It's over the city of Pike, coming out of Lane, heading towards Leonard. So it's heading towards Leonard. So remember, these cloud bases are really low. We've got a lot of shear at the surface. So you can get some low-level spin-ups. That's definitely a possibility. It looks like we extended the severe thunderstorm warning. And you got to remember, it even gets more difficult because this area is considered the dead zone, because it's shooting from a radar beam that's well out in Fort Worth. So it's got a long time. So the angle is off. So you don't get the best data here, unfortunately. So we're too far away from Shreveport. We're too far away from Tulsa. So Fort Worth is the closest radar. So some of this data could be skewed because the radar beam is like 120 miles away, all the way down there in Southwest Fort Worth, or even 100. It's a long ways away. But this is on the outskirts where the beam can be delayed by 2 or 3 minutes. So we could have something here, folks. But there's definitely rotation heading into the city of Glenard. So we did in fact extend the severe thunderstorm warning that's heading towards Leonard, Merritt at 3:35, and Leonard at 3:45. So it's basically right over Leonard as we speak. And so some very heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and there's definitely signs of rotation on radar with this supercell as it heads northeast at 45 miles an hour. And so we're talking areas of right along 69. It's right over the city of Pike right now, Leonard in the next minute or two, and then eventually Bailey. So Bailey is next in line from this cell that's lifting northeast. And if this does continue, this would likely extend into the, say, Bonham, Dodge City, into the Wyndham area. Those areas would be under the gun for this cell that continues to show signs of some rotation between Pike and Leonard. So between Pike and Leonard. So areas that are affected of Westminster, Altoga, Fargnot, Blue Ridge, Floyd, Kingston, Bailey's, and a branch. So those areas are likely getting some possible higher wind gust, very heavy rain, and some rotation within the atmosphere. Oh, hey, Stormy. Oh, is this the I developed my channel today? My channel? That was in the spring. I mean, I thought it was in the summer. Picking back up in Lowry Crossing here. Oh, wow. So we have actually a flood warning, folks. So observed flooding. So this is what we're talking about. Too much, too soon. So we got southwestern Collin and central Dallas County actually under a flood warning. Yes, flood warning after all this drought, because I talked about it's very dry. It's very difficult to, but this by storm spotter. So be on the lookout. We're getting into a time, we're heading into 4 o'clock, folks. We got a lot of people likely leaving work or likely people leaving school. So just be careful. I mean, there's probably going to be a lot of water ponding up on the roadways, and we've got confirmed spotters on the ground. We're looking at flooding of some creeks and streams in some urban areas, some highway streets, and some underpasses that have some poor drainage. So the areas that have to be on the lookout for some flash flooding are Dallas, Arlington, Plano, Garland, Irving, Grand Prairie, the Mesquite region. We're talking McKinney, Carrollton, Frisco, Richardson, Allen, Rowlett, DeSoto, Cedar Hill, Wiley, Duncanville, Farmers Branch, University Park, and Saxe. So all those areas likely may be seeing some flash flooding that is actually observed in spots. We're talking some flooding of creeks and streams and urban areas, some highway streets, underpasses. I know it just hadn't really rained much in the last 5, 6, 7 weeks, and we're just getting a lot in a short amount of time. So just be on alert for some higher water standing up on the roads. And it's just never a good idea to cross something that you can't see the bottom. It's always a safe bet to just turn around and find a different path to go home. But just be on the lookout as these a lot of people are going to be starting to leave work, and a lot more people are going to start to be on the road. We're starting rush hour traffic, starting about 4 o'clock, usually through between 4 and 7. So just be on alert with the system that's obviously we're starting to see the beginning effects of it slowing down too. So this is the training aspect of these storms that we kind of hinting at and talked about. We weren't really sure if that was going to be a second line coming in or just one main line, but this is what they call training cells, right? Training supercell thunderstorms. When they start to train, they can produce flash flooding. So we need the rain. We definitely need the rain. We just don't need it too much too fast. So right now you can see the bands are just basically lifting northeast from south of Dallas through the heart of Richardson, Garland, Plano, Allen, all this heading towards the McKinney region. Just kind of very heavy rain going over the same spot. So it has warranted some flash flooding and spots. Yeah, let's look at some of these storm totals, folks. I mean, it's been raining some of these areas for a long time now. It's like 2 to 3 inches, folks. We're getting some pretty big rain. These are training rains, 2 inches. If you're in this band, you're getting some very heavy rain. So some red areas, look at that, 3 inches. So I know it's feast and famine for this stuff, but this band is locking in at 2 to 3 inches of rain. We know downtown Dallas has been hit with several storm complexes. So we're talking at least almost 2 inches of rain just outside of there. We'll come through Collin County up towards Plano, at least an inch, if not a little bit more. Head towards Allen, about an inch and a half. So there's definitely been areas. This is why we have the flash flood warning in place for for 1 to 3 inches of rain have already fallen over the last couple of hours. Hey, 2.5 miles east of Leonard with sideways rain and thunder. Anna's getting a pretty good heavy rain right now, and Taylor. Yeah, what about Trenton? So let's go back up to Trenton. Okay, so yes, the storm looked to pass Pike. It went over the city of Leonard, and now they'll likely be extending this warning to include the Bonham area, to Dodge City, to Wyndham. I mean, I can tell you, looking at the data earlier, I was getting a little bit more concerned about this area in northeastern Texas and southeastern Oklahoma. So we'll definitely have to watch this if these turn more tornadic as we enter a more favorable environment up here in northeast Texas and southeastern Oklahoma. At least that's what the data was looking like earlier before I came on live. And I was looking at some of the different models and stuff. All right, looks like we have another confirmed tornado. So it looks like it either, oh, wow. So this is now a very large tornado, folks. This is a PDS tornado. So it looked like that one tornado that we were tracking, it did pulse down, but it recycled. And when it recycled, now we're talking, we have a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. So this is the biggest tornado of the day. This is what we were concerned about. This is out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and heading towards the Salam Springs area. So Benton County in northwestern Arkansas, Washington County in northwestern Arkansas, as well as Adair. So this is a confirmed extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground over the city of Christie. This is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So 45 miles an hour. So you're talking Salam Springs, the Proctor region, Cincinnati, Lake Francis, back here to Watts and to Kristen, Barron. So we have a confirmed extremely large damaging tornado on the ground right now. And you can, let's see. All right, so let's pull this up. All right, so that was 3 miles southwest of Watts. So 3 miles. Let's get our bearings right. All right, so 3 miles southwest of Watts, which is right here. So this is where your tornado is, folks. So you've got Ballard, Chance. I mean, look at this thing. Yeah, nasty confirmed tornado right now, an extremely dangerous tornado moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So northeast at 45 miles an hour will take it near the Salam Springs area. This is a very dangerous, damaging tornado. These were some of these longer, bigger track tornadoes that we were talking about. The EF2, EF3 type variety has now come to fruition. So we're getting our first one of the day. Unfortunately, north of the Stillwater region. This is east of Tulsa, Oklahoma. So we've got an extremely large confirmed damaging tornado on the ground right now. And look at that debris ball, folks. Yeah, so we're talking, this is definitely a strong tornado. You get a debris ball like this. This is activity doing a lot of damage. Unfortunately, it's lifting it up in the atmosphere. This could be 15, 20,000 feet up in the atmosphere. We might be looking at an EF2, EF3 type tornado on the ground doing something like this with this big debris ball that we're seeing just south of Watts here. So an extremely dangerous situation unfolding just south of Salam Springs here. Everybody needs to be in their safe zone immediately. We're seeing a lot of destruction happening with this storm. The newest radar has just scanned in and has not moved. It's actually even maybe getting a little bit stronger, unfortunately. So this continues to lift to the northeast. Let's watch this debris ball form. You can see it come right together the last couple of frames or so. All those colors mix it in. That's showing that's just showing debris aloft. It's showing the unfortunately the damage getting lofted up in the atmosphere, and we're seeing as the radar beam shoots up, we're seeing it on actual radars. This is often referred to as a debris ball, and you don't really see something like this until you get one of those stronger tornadoes, those EF2, EF3 type variety. So we have confirmation of storm spotters on the ground visualizing that a bigger type tornado that is on the ground just south of Watts. This is all lifting northeast, so you need to be in your safe zone immediately through like Francis, Trident, Weedenton, Norwood. All those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately. A lot of destruction happening likely with this damaging tornado as it continues to lift northeast. Going to be crossing over so let's see, 412 here, going to be crossing over 412 heading towards likely Rogers, possibly south of Bella Vista into Springdale. It might be just north of the Fayetteville. This is going to be crossing over into Arkansas now. Yeah, we still have confirmation of that damaging tornado on the ground, folks. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we are witnessing an extremely large confirmed damaging tornado east of Tulsa, east of Broken Arrow. We're talking south of Salam Springs, west of the Fayetteville, Arkansas area, west of Springdale. This is just south of Watts heading northeast at 45 miles an hour. So we've got storm spotters on the ground confirming it. We've got a debris ball pretty pronounced on radar. So we know this is doing a lot of destructive damaging unfolding right now as we speak. And you need to be out of harm's way immediately. Wow, as it's continuing to start to come down at my house again. But yes, very damaging, destructive tornado happening right now. This would likely be extended. This warning goes for another 15 minutes or so. So if you're tuning in from the Springdale, the Lau, the Rogers area, you need to be on high alert because we do have a confirmed tornado just off to your southwest that lifts northeast. So if this continues, you would likely be in the crosshairs of this damaging tornado. All right, so we are still going to be watching that storm, folks. All right, so swinging back further south. Yeah, so the heavier rain continues for Dallas. We've still got heavier rains building back now, extending out of Leonard. So, yes, they went ahead and extended the severe thunderstorm warning. They went ahead and extended the severe thunderstorm warning for Bonham, Honey Grove, those areas. So that supercell that was located over the city of Randolph, 8 miles south of Bonham. So 8 miles south of Bonham. Now we're talking Fannin County. Fannin County is now under severe thunderstorm warning. Bonham, Dodge City, Honey Grove, back into say Bodark Lake, heading towards the telephone. I went out to telephone to watch the Northern Lights one night. Yeah, so I drove out there and went back when the Northern Lights was around. But yes, first time I've been to telephone. But yes, telephone is in the crosshairs of this severe thunderstorm warning. That is 8 miles southwest of Bonham. It's 8 miles south of Bonham. Yeah, I know I got to stay hydrated in these things because you talk a lot and you can lose your voice. All right, so we still have that severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like there's going to be another one just south of, looks like the extension. So Itasca is now under a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just south of the Dallas area, south of Dallas. This is in Whitney. So we're talking Whitney, Texas now, or about 10 miles west of the Hillsborough area. So now we're talking Hill and Johnson, as well as portions of Ellis County, as this continues to kind of shift and drift further south. More lightning, heavier rains, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We're starting to see more activity starting to fill in just west of the Waco region out towards Gatesville and Lampasas, as the line of storms is starting to kind of back build, if you will, and build further south, which was what was expected. We can shift radars and kind of get the big picture. All right, so you can kind of see this line over the heart of the Metroplex through McKinney, Plano, Dallas, through south of Cleburne there, heading just west of Waco, west of Killeen. And then points north, we've got McAllister, Stingler, Muskogee. We've got the confirmed damaging tornado that's still on the ground south of Salam Springs. And this continues to ride further north. So Joplin, extending just outside of Kansas City now, even to St. Louis. So this line is getting expanding, definitely expanding in coverage. And we're likely going to continue to watch this expand. And this will likely start to even build all the way down into Austin, into San Antonio, down into the McAllen region as we get later on in the afternoon into the evening. Hey, is it safe to drive from Austin to Rockwall around 7? I mean, it's still going to be active. I would still think there are storms going to be around. So just be careful. I know people got to get out and about and still have places to go, but I would say there's still going to be storms around. Hey, can you estimate what time it's going to hit Paris? Okay, so here's Paris. Let's see. Let's say the storm in bottom, since it actually is lifting northeast, you might be clipped by it. This is likely going to be north of you, maybe towards Boswell and Hugo. Yeah, it might not be until this southern branch gets a little bit closer, or you have this stuff in Sulphur Springs continue to lift further north. You might be an hour away. I would say an hour away. How's everybody doing out there? Hey, White Right, Prosper here. It's going to get bad. Canton experience anything? Hey, Brooke. Yeah, so everything's shifting east. So Canton would be your next likely source of getting some stronger storms, but that's likely not until this evening, probably closer to dark. So we're at 406. So 406. But you can see that the line in Dallas has definitely slowed down. That was one of the concerns of its slowing down. Fortunately, we have not really seen any tornado warnings in Texas, which has definitely been a great thing. Most of the tornadic activity has been in Oklahoma. And now it's this one cell that still has that dangerous tornado, looks to still be on the ground, folks. So we have the extension of that damaging tornado continue that was located over Watts, still moving northeast at 40. So this has been on the ground, what, 15 minutes or so now? We still have the PDS warning unfolding, unfortunately, of this continuing damaging tornado that's on the ground here. Yeah, you can still see it. It's still not moving very fast. It's outside of Watts, outside of Lake Francis, just south of West Salem Springs. Going to be crossing over 412 soon. But yeah, it definitely looks like the large tornado is still on the ground, unfortunately, as this continues to lift off to the northeast around 40 miles an hour or so. Looks like 59. They're probably going to have to extend this tornado warning with another 7 minutes left. Mm. All right, so here's your cell over Bonham, Dodge City, and Wyndham. That's crossing over 82. I mean, you could argue this cell has been showing at least some rotation this entire time from really Leonard to Bonham. So um, again, this would not be another surprise if they might get something out of this once they do some of the surveys or something. Um, there's definitely been continuous rotation at times in this area. So Blue Ridge to no, I'm not really seeing anything right now. Yeah, so there's the city of Whitewright. No, I'm not really seeing any rotation in that area. Hey, I don't get Anna is red, but it's not raining. Anna is red. I'm showing Anna in the green. That's just light rain. Again, depends on where you are in Rana, east or west. But yeah, there's a lot of rain over Collin County. Yeah, Allen, Plano, McKinney, Melissa. You know, if it's not raining in Anna, well, where you are right now, it's going to be pretty soon. Chambersville, Kelly, this is all moving northeast. Hey, raining hard in Blue Ridge, 121. I thought it was already moving through. Yeah, again, it's kind of back building, if you will, and it's actually slowing down. So you can definitely see the whole entire line is not actually moving that much to the east anymore. It's continuing to kind of train over the same areas, if you will. Hey, Princeton, how's the projection for Wolf City? It's pouring right now, and Anna. So if you're just now tuning in for the first time, folks, welcome. So I am streaming on both platforms on Facebook and YouTube. So if you are watching me on Facebook, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit the like button on YouTube as well as subscribe to my channel. I do almost daily updates, if not every other day on YouTube. High impact events. I've had my channel for several years now. Hey, I've been watching this just tickling the road west of the house for the past 2 hours in South Garland. Feels like it's not moving at all. Yeah, it is definitely slowing down. I mean, this was the concern. Like I mentioned, I didn't think that either the cold front was going to produce a second line or the first line was just going to merge with the second line with that gust front. But nonetheless, it's definitely slowed. There is no question at all that this line has slowed, and it's almost kind of training over the same areas now. Hence the flash flood warning, and we're still seeing renewed lift too. So there's more lift outside of the main line in Fort Worth, Cleburne. So we're still getting new activity forming as well as a secondary line and the area that has been pretty much untapped in East Texas, um, Palestine, Jacksonville, Tyler, Sulphur Springs. So that's getting a little bit heavier as well. So there's still definitely two areas that we're watching here. Hey Ruth, you've been without power for 36 minutes right now. Well, hopefully it comes back on soon. I'm doing the refresh here. Yeah, it still looks like there's 26,000 customers without power. It looks like 10,000 now in Collin County. That seems to be the most. All right, so we still got a flash flood warning happening for Dallas and portions of Collin County, with just very heavy rain continue to train over some of the same areas. And we have a renewed cell that's still warned down here in Itasca. That still goes on for another 30 minutes or so. Hey, any bad weather heading to Bedford, Texas? So here's the city of Bedford, Euless, Bedford. Right now, no, but we are seeing possible, heavier bands trying to build to your west out of Fort Worth. Hey, Becca. Yeah, it just rained so far, folks. Yeah, this has been the best of our worlds. It's the dynamics were there for a dangerous day, and we're definitely seeing that unfold in Oklahoma and Arkansas, but we're not seeing it in Texas. So this has been a good thing, that just kind of a more of a soaking rain. So it's been there's definitely been some areas of rotation, and it's not to say that we haven't had a tornado or two, because there's definitely been signs at times that we've had some questionable rotation on radar. So I would not be surprised that, after some of these surveys are done, that we might have had a brief spin up in certain areas of the Metroplex. But overall, the main activity has really been in Oklahoma. Continues with that one large, extremely damaging tornado. Looks like they went ahead and extended the tornado. It's not as large as it was, but it looks to still be on the ground. Wow. Unfortunately, that's a really long time to be on the ground, folks. We still have the same tornado, likely still on the ground, 3 miles southeast of the Salam Springs area. So it's one we've been tracking for at least 20 or 30 minutes or so. Continue to move northeast at 40 miles an hour. Another developing tornado was near Westville, so it could have a separate tornado with it. So yeah, here it is by Marble City. So both of these areas look to have possible tornadoes. We have one confirmation, but even this one down here towards Marble City is definitely looking concerning there, north of Salsall. That's also heading northeast, just outside of Stillwell. This will be lifting towards the Prairie Grove area, Farmington, likely heading towards Springdale as well. So Springdale could have possible 2 tornado warnings, with first this one and then this other one down towards Marble City as it continues to lift northeast. I mean, it almost looks like the sun's coming back out. Yeah, until the cold front moves through, you don't want the sun. Hey, anything to worry about for McKinney? Yeah, just right now we're just looking at some heavier rains right now. Nothing nothing terribly too concerning at the moment. I mean, we've had a lot of rain. See, I'm up to okay, it's approaching an inch almost, 64 degrees. Well, that's dropped 20 degrees. So we've had a 20-degree drop, so that's also a good sign that the atmosphere is stabilizing in some of these areas. So that's definitely a good sign that would probably weaken the storms if something else tried to get out of hand. I mean, it's not the 84 that we were in it earlier. It's likely still warm out east because that atmosphere has not been run over. Hey, Tammy. Yeah, there really hasn't been any hail to speak of. We weren't really expecting too many concerns with hail, and we're still not really seeing anything at all. This is not really a hail setup. We've definitely seen the wind. We've definitely had several confirmed tornadoes in Oklahoma, portions of Arkansas, Kansas. I would say we probably had 4 or 5 tornadoes since we've been on live. There was one confirmed at noon right when I was coming on live. But none of those have been in Texas. Okay, so we're starting to see the first signs of that wave out east of trying to get a little bit stronger. Not severe, but some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts and maybe some pea-sized hail. But that's just the kind of the first sign of these getting a little bit more intense. And like I mentioned, I was looking at this data, before I came on live here, that this was actually a favorite area of seeing some tornadoes, if not almost strong tornadoes. So we'll have to really watch this area closely. Hey, is the rain going to slack off for a while? I've got bald tires and need to drive home. I mean, I can't promise you that. There's still a lot of heavy rain around. We still got the tornado watch till 6, and some areas will likely be extended. Hey, it held for a minute in Princeton. Yeah, pea size only lasted a minute. Yeah, I definitely believe the pea size hail. We'll be driving home soon in North Texas. Anything other than rain for the next hour or so. Right now, we just have some stronger wind gusts. We haven't really seen any tornado warnings, in Texas. So these been on the tamer side. We've seen some rotation at times. Yeah, we still have that tornado out of Washington and Benton, Arkansas that continues to be on the ground. Not as large as it was, but it still continues to be on the ground nonetheless. This is what's often referred to as a long track tornado. Not as big as it was, but still on the ground. And likely it came out of Westville. It looked like it was just south of Watts when we came on, but it's moved over this entire area over the last 30 minutes or so. This has been the path of the tornado here. So there's got to be a lot of destruction in this path here. You can see it's definitely went down even more. So hopefully it's on its way down now. But it still continues. The warned area continues for another 20 minutes or so. If it does hold together, it will make it towards Centerton and maybe towards Bentonville. But it definitely looks like it's trying to calm down here. Yeah, it looks like we have another flash flood warning. This is a brand new flash flood warning continuing points south now. So this is Hill, Ellis, and portions of Johnson County. So another continued heavy rain by storm spotters, talking about some of the flash flooding in the area. This area has been, been raining for a while now. So it continues to have a lot of ponding on the roadways, just build up. This area has been seeing some, some couple inches of rain and you really haven't seen much. So yeah, this swath is getting up there. 2 inches, a good 2 inches in spots. Some isolated areas of 3 inches. Where gosh, we're pushing 4 inches there. Look at that, 4 inches. It's a bullseye there. But there's downtown Dallas. I mean, that's right over Highland Park. 3 inches, 2 to 3 inches in Highland Park. Richardson, 2 inches. You can argue West Plano, 2 inches. West Allen, 2 inches. You could talk about West McKinney, 1.5 to 2 inches. There's definitely been a lot of heavy rain. Pretty good swath right over the heart of the Metroplex. Hey, just saw a post on Facebook. All voices around Farmersville. Looks like a small tornado touchdown. They had damage in their property. Yeah, it definitely looked like between Princeton and Farmersville, there was definitely some rotation there for a time. So I would not be surprised that they could have had a tornado that touched down there. Even though we didn't have confirmation in Texas, um, we definitely had times that were showing a concerned rotation within the area. So yes, I would not be surprised that after some surveys are being warranted over the next couple of days, that we could have a couple of tornadoes that's come out of this. Probably weak tornadoes, brief tornadoes, but nonetheless, there could be some EF1, EF0 type tornadoes. Um, but there were definitely times that it was questionable and showing some rotation that could have warranted some sort of brief spin up, but it was impossible to give a spotter on the ground, especially out there. And it's very difficult to chase out there. They already know it's kind of a dead zone, and the radar beam it's not as accurate as it is closer to home. So it is one of those unfortunate situations. So we're not getting, even us, as far as the radar, is not getting the most accurate information. It's always going to be delayed by a minute or two, and but that is the closest radar beam that is available that we have. Here's the radar. It's in Burleson. So you got to think, when you're talking, you got a storm, you got a radar here, but you got a storm, all the way up here, or you can say, hey, we got a storm in Leonard. That's an extremely long ways to view versus something that's like in Irving, right? So you're always going to get a little bit of disbursement the further away you are in the radar beam. Just you're going to be off because the angle is going to be off. Hey, I'm outside of Farmersville. We only had a little bit of water. Hey, we need one in Sherman and Paris. Fannin County gets it. All right, so we have yeah, so that's what I was thinking. The one in Paris is just going to be north of you, so you're going to miss out on that one. But nonetheless, we've got more heavy rain pulling back into McKinney, Bonham up towards Sherman. The flood warning continues for. In fact, I think they even extended it. Was that an extension? Looks like an extension to me. So yeah, continued flood warning for southwestern Collin and central Dallas County for another hour and a half. So they continue this flood warning as more waves of rain continues to train over the same area. Hey, we need a radar in Paris, and well, we do, but who's going to pay for it? We need money. Yeah, I mean, we definitely need more radars for sure. It's just they don't have the resources or the manpower. It's always money, right? Hey, will we see rain? Hey, Ryan, how's it going, buddy? Develop over Western McKinney today. Yeah, I mean, we are going to be back building. I guess we can, we're at a little lull. Let's look at some of the maybe high resolution models and see what we have here. I haven't looked at this in a couple hours, so let's uh, let's let this run. All right, so let's look at the. This is one of the kind of the high resolution models. This is at 5 o'clock. So again, what we're looking at here is kind of future activity. Essentially, this is some of the latest convection models. Short term runs every single hour. So this would be at 5 o'clock in about 30 minutes or so. Still, we got that line over the heart of the Metroplex. There's six, right? Doesn't really seem to move too far, right? Didn't really seem to move. It may be towards Waco, Colleen, maybe out towards Dallas, maybe just east of McKinney by then, far Greenville. Let's do this like every hour. So there's the solid line. Remember, we talked about it's going to continue to build further south. So now we could have some stronger storms building into Waco. This is 8 o'clock. Remember, the tornado watch goes until 8. I mean, goes until 6 o'clock. So this would likely be extended as a tornado watch or extended as a severe thunderstorm watch. But nonetheless, this line is going to start building further south. Waco, Colleen, Austin, New Braunfels, San Antonio. And then it's not like it's going to stop raining. We still could have some light to moderate rain around Dallas still, around McKinney and Denton, as Sums tries to kind of back build. This is by 10 o'clock. So remember when I was coming on live here, so we could be still dealing with storms for 10 hours. And this runs it till 10 o'clock. This started around noon, right? So this started around noon. So now this goes all the way down to Mexico. This is what we talked about, extended into San Antonio. And still, we kind of see somewhat more of a back building type nature to this activity, with the heavier stuff still in East Texas by then, College Station, the Tyler area, Sulphur Springs, Mount Pleasant, the Paris area. This is now going to be southeastern Oklahoma, getting into Fort Smith, Arkansas, Fayetteville, Springfield, extending well north into Jefferson City, into Springfield, Illinois. But you can see a solid line from Illinois all the way down to Mexico, essentially. Yeah, it's really not until maybe, I don't know, here's 11. So this is 11 o'clock. So storms continue into the nighttime. There's midnight. So here's midnight. Likely probably trying to finally end, not end altogether, but just more light rain over the Metroplex. The heavier rains get pushed into this is 1 o'clock in the morning, and to Tyler, Longview, Texarkana, Jacksonville, Palestine, College Stations, San Antonio. Yeah, that's 1 o'clock in the morning. There's 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, 3 o'clock in the morning. It still doesn't just auto the cut or stop. So you're still going to get light to moderate rain really all night long. So it doesn't really end per se. You're still going to get sporadic activity, say in the Metroplex. There's 7 o'clock in the morning. As you wake up tomorrow morning on Tuesday, you still have light rain over a good part of the Metroplex, if not some moderate rain mixed in. But the line now should be in the Houston area, should be in the Shreveport area, Little Rock, Arkansas, heading into St. Louis, Missouri. Yeah, so this goes until, I mean, that's 8 o'clock in the morning. So there's still going to be even some light rain around even tomorrow morning, right? So that just kind of gives you an idea of what maybe to come for the rest of the evening. Could put that in motion for you. But yeah, you can't take that verbatim, but that just gives you kind of a guidance to what the latest high resolution models are looking at, or what may be still to come. All right, so let's go back to current radar now. So this is back to current radar. Yeah, raining again in Princeton. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, the sun's out, actually. Yeah, I think, yeah, it looks like the sun is out. Yeah, it would not be severe, Fallon. It would be just rain tomorrow morning for sure. But yeah, so the continued some flood warnings, sporadic flood warnings within the heart of the Metroplex. We've got a couple of, again, severe thunderstorm warnings just north of the Paris area, heading towards Boswell into Antlers. That's in southeastern Oklahoma. It looks like we did finally have that tornado lift. So it's no longer on the ground, but that had to have been at least 20 or 30 minutes or so. That one tornado that was on the ground. Yeah, downpour in the Melissa region for 5 minutes. Oh wow, it's dropped pretty good. It's dropped pretty good at the airport now, 66 degrees. So that's been almost a 20-degree drop there. I mean, I can't promise you it's 100% in the clear, but things do look to wind down, especially with the temperatures cooling off. But it's never a good sign when the sun comes back out. So that's always not good because we still have an hour of daylight. We still have an hour left, so that could easily heat up the atmosphere and destabilize it again. We still have the watch going on for another hour and a half. Still goes on till 6. It will likely be extended from what we were seeing. It'll probably be extended further south and east. Hey, will Dallas get anything for the rest of the day? Yeah, we were just looking at some of the short range models, and definitely appears that there'll be more rain. Tonight, sporadic rain, really all night long. Light to moderate, scattered rain, even into tomorrow morning. How we doing? How we doing? Oh, where'd my cold front? It took away. Or where my Huh. I'm not sure where the cold front went. Oh well. It's back there. Hey, update in Princeton. Update for Princeton. All right, so let's zoom into Princeton. Oh wow. Yeah, Princeton's gonna be, you're probably getting some heavy rains again. Yeah. Really very heavy rain out of Lowry Crossing. We're not seeing the rotation signs we were seeing earlier. But definitely heavy rain moving back in the picture in Princeton. Likely heading back towards then into Farmersville. Yeah, I can draw the cold front. I'm not really sure why it's not showing up. But yeah, the cold front is like right here. I mean, you can argue that the rain and stuff. I mean, it's been 66, so that's you're feeling the cold front already, even though the actual cold front hasn't passed. Um, but it's already cooled down dramatically from what it was. I mean, the low tonight is only like low 60s, so it's not going to be cooling off much more tonight from what it is in some of these areas now. I haven't been outside, but looks like it's 64 right now, and yeah, the low is 60, so it's not going to cool off terribly too much more, even with the cold front. Hey, thanks for the great weather coverage. My wife said you donated to Fannin County. Oh yes, I did when I was at the fair there. You're welcome. Yeah, the Adopt a Cop. The time I went to the Fannin, the Fannin fair a couple weeks ago. Hey, do you think they'll extend the tornado watch for Collin County? The way it looks right now, it doesn't. I wouldn't appear so. This is actually kind of transitioning to more of a heavy rain threat. Actually, the atmosphere has been worked over fairly nice. I would say we dodged a bullet in Texas. They weren't so lucky in Oklahoma and Arkansas and portions of Kansas. But yeah, we've definitely seen some higher wind gusts. We could have had a couple of tornadoes out of this, maybe small brief spin ups. I definitely can't rule that out. But you can definitely see activity still building further north. So we're not it's still very active, especially further north. Yeah, this whole supercell that came out of McAllister has been pretty potent, really, the entire time that went through Stigler, Stillwell. Yeah, this whole area has been pretty lit up across the board for an extended period of time. Hey, Matt, flooding in Rowlett. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, look at these training cells. As we saw, some areas have seen 2 to 3 inches of rain. Looks like I'm close to an inch myself. But we have more trying to build in. See, there's more trying to build in through Irving, heading towards Carrollton again. That's going to be swinging through Allen, McKinney. Yeah, super heavy in Tyler. We'll have to watch the activity in Tyler. But we saw it. We saw the runs, right? I mean, you're going to be getting heavy rain through 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. Things are just now getting going in Tyler. I mean, you're just now getting the beginning stages of what's to come in Tyler. I mean, a long night ahead in East Texas. You will likely be under a watch after 6 o'clock in East Texas for sure. It's probably going to be extended further south, Waco, Austin, San Antonio. But yeah, definitely heavy rain coming out of White House in the Tyler, Lindell region. Just to the west of you in Athens. These are all pulling in from the Gulf. Yeah, just pulling in that Gulf moisture. So you got great southerly flow. You got some sporadic stuff, pop-up stuff, and but the closer you can get to the low-level jet, that's where things get a little bit more amplified. So the low was actually, this was in New Mexico, right? And so the low was like lifting northeast. I mean, it's going to be in Wisconsin. So um, you had the jet. So, you know, so it's feeding these storms. You got the upward rising motion air. But yes, it makes sense. The northern branch was under the gun a little bit more than the further south because the low is tracking northeast. And the further north it goes, the further away you get from the intense stuff. Yeah, the Storm Prediction Center had the 10% draped right across North Texas, maybe just on the outskirts of Dallas, northbound. And as you can see, we have even a tornado warning right now. Is that a new one? That's a new one. That's in Idabel, Oklahoma. That's a brand new tornado warning. Yeah, remember this was the favorite area I was talking about that was a little bit more susceptible for tornadoes. Southeastern Oklahoma, brand new tornado warning about a minute ago near Idabel. So this is Idabel, Oklahoma, or 20 miles at northeast of Clarksville. So 20 miles northeast of Clarksville, moving around 35 miles an hour. So this is McCurtain and Red River County. This is just outside on the other side of the Oklahoma state line. Broken Bow, very popular place, been there many times. Yeah, brand new tornado warning happening across that region. This would be your favorite area. This is probably one of the areas that we're probably going to be seeing more activity over the course of the next couple hours here. I'd say this area right here is pretty favored for possible tornadoes. Looks like it's almost 5 o'clock. Oh yeah, we're getting to the 5 o'clock. Yeah, the tornado watch goes until 6. Now, well, there'll be more to come in Rowlett, Texas. I'm heading to work. Yeah, it definitely looks like there's going to be more. I'm not sure how heavy it is going to be, but yeah, there's going to be storms. There's going to be light rain. There's going to be moderate rain. It'll start to taper off, but it still could some back building type stuff, even into the overnight hours. It still could be light rain into tomorrow morning. We do have more activity on the way for sure before things clear out tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night. Most of the day tomorrow should be a very nice day. I think most of the rain's going to be done by 9 or 10 o'clock. And then we'll probably see sun come out. And like I said, and then once it kind of clears out tomorrow night, that's when we'll kind of drop. The temperature will be allowed to drop in the 50s and if not low 50s. But yeah, this severe thunderstorm warning has now been extended out of Boswell and out of Hugo into Antlers. Flood warning still happening just south of Dallas through much of Dallas and Collin County here. That's likely going to continue for another hour or so. We got more heavy rain building back in the picture outside of Dallas into Irving, into Carrollton. Hey, Janelle. No, I wouldn't say Salina's done for the night. Remember, we got more stuff going to be back building. I don't know if they're going to be severe, but we still have more rain building, even into the overnight. Still probably maybe light rain in tomorrow morning. Some flooding happening right now in Whitewright. So thanks for all you do. Way more detailed, informative, and more accurate than any of the local news. Hey, you're welcome. Hey, some flooding. Let's see. Janelle, thank you. Where are we looking at? Local weatherman is freaking out in Centerton, Bentonville at the moment. So I know we were on that storm earlier. Uh, Bentonville. Okay. Oh yeah. So this storm right here. Well, yeah, this storm has been. This is the one that's been on the ground for a while. That's maybe pulsed down for a time. But yes, this has definitely been on the one that's been it's had a history of producing a tornado within this one. Now it's moving through Centerton into Rogers. Uh, I wouldn't say we're getting a confirmed sighting or any debris ball, anything like that. But I mean, yeah, there's definitely rotation here. It's definitely not something we saw as pronounced as earlier. So Cave Springs moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So yeah, storm has a history of producing tornadoes. So yeah, it's definitely concerning when you have a storm that's already dropped a significant tornado for an extended period of time and that was on the ground for 20, 30 minutes because these things recycle, right? So a lot of times they can follow a line, and even though it might be up in the atmosphere, it can easily drop again. So it's always highly susceptible of lowering back down in this down since it's basically had a history of producing tornadoes already. The same thing with hail. When you get a hail core and a hail path or a hail swath, those kind of work the same way. But this is why this area is under that tornado warning. Nothing concrete to confirm it, but yes, this definitely needs to be on high alert as this moves northeast at 40 miles an hour. Mm. So we got a couple supercells that we're watching. We've got 3 active tornado warnings happening right now. Nothing confirmed at the moment, but definitely some areas that are for sure rotating. We got the flood warning still unfolding around Dallas. Pockets of heavy rain. So we are going to be seeing some backbuilding to this to these storms. Let's put the watch back on. See if they've actually extended it in some of these areas. All right, so this is actually good information. So yeah, they went ahead and even though the watch continues until 6, they went ahead and canceled these areas that have been worked over pretty well, like McKinney, Sherman, Bonham, Dallas. Looks like most of DFW is now out of the tornado watch. They went ahead and let it expire about an hour early. Remember, we talked about 12 to 5, which is the most intense stuff. It's 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock, So they went ahead and let that expire. So now that things have moved on to the east, and this would likely be probably extended in some of these areas, maybe push further south as well. In some of the areas, it's been kind of just more or less untapped this afternoon. East Texas, South Texas, maybe points further north as well. We are going to get an extension in some of these areas, but we're likely done in the heart of the Metroplex for like any type severe stuff. Warnings. We could still have flash flood warnings. That's not going to be out of the question. We are expecting more rain. We could still have some stronger thunderstorms this evening, sometimes maybe in the overnight. We could have some light to moderate rain extending through the overnight and, as well as even into tomorrow morning. But as of right now, it looks like the severe threat has pretty much ended in most of the Metroplex, with the exceptions of, say, Greenville, Kaufman, Terrell, those areas that haven't really been worked over as of yet. They're just now getting the leading edge of some of these areas, some of the thunderstorm development. And let me put this in motion. Here, I'll be back in a second. Yeah, so that's good. They went ahead and let the tornado watch go ahead and expire about an hour earlier, with all the activity that's moved into the area. Still getting some more heavy rain moving back into Carrollton. Looks like more heavy rain moving back into Plano, Allen. Another little cell that's coming back into Addison. Hey, it's pouring now in the Blue Ridge area. All right, so let's go back and remove the watch again. So I would say if you live, northeast, far northeast Texas, this, I think that just, this is going to be a favorite area. Looks like there's another severe thunderstorm warning. Now we're getting into the areas that have been really kind of untapped so far since we've been doing coverage here. So this is outside of Mount Pleasant, far northeastern portions of Texas. another supercell that's been kind of has some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So maybe some small hail. Another one moving at 35 miles an hour. Yeah, if anything's going to turn tornadic, it would probably be closer to within this area. And I would say they would likely be extending this area into the evening time frame. Most of the Metroplex is going to be done for the evening for severe storms. Now everything's going to be shifting east. Like we looked at, this is going to run well into the evening, well into the 10, 11, midnight, 1 o'clock time frame. Oh, we do have a tornado warning. There you go, folks. So now this is now a tornado warning stormed. This is the favorite area that we talked about. This is Bowie, Franklin, Morris, Red River, and Titus County. Developing supercell over north of the Mount Pleasant area, moving at 35 miles an hour. So this storm has now turned tornadic into the Mount Pleasant region, Winfield, Harts Bluff. Those areas need to be on high alert of this developing supercell that is rotating outside of the Mount Pleasant area, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So we have one in outside of Mount Pleasant, and as well as Idabel, Oklahoma. This would likely be extending into DeKalb. Going to be eventually crossing over the Red River here into southeastern Oklahoma. This is definitely going to be a favorite area for tornadoes as we go into the evening time frame. If you live in this area, you definitely need to be on high alert. There's Tyler. Now this is now severe. So everything has now shifted, obviously, into East Texas, where the environment has not been kind of run over. It's still very, very volatile out there. Yeah, so it's another cell that's been located near Tyler, moving north around 25 miles an hour. So we saw isolated activity. We saw a special weather statement, some 40-mile-per-hour winds. Now that has continued to increase into a severe thunderstorm warning over Tyler. And some of these areas have a tornado warning too over far northeast Texas and southeastern Oklahoma. Hey, Pamela. Yeah, so if you do live in northeast Texas, just be on the high alert. We are pretty much done with the severe threat in the heart of the Metroplex. We did kind of dodge a bullet, at least for those areas in the Texas. I couldn't rule out if we might have had a couple sporadic, brief spin up tornadoes. Would not be surprised. There were definitely some questionable ones that we could argue that we could have had a brief spin up for a time or two. But nonetheless, the severe threat is going to be moving into East Texas tonight. So definitely be on high alert. They will likely be extending the tornado watch out there and points eastbound into southeastern Oklahoma, extended into Arkansas likely. This goes well into the evening, into the afternoon, evening time frame. By the time we go into tomorrow, the severe threat will be a lot less, but we'll have stronger storms lined up around Houston, say Louisiana by then. They'll be in, further into Missouri, Illinois, as it continues to move, off to the east. So, but I'm probably going to be going ahead and ending a live coverage now. I'll still probably be on Facebook updating some of the stronger activity, but nonetheless, the severe threat has now shifted east into East Texas, eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, and that will extend into the evening time frame. And with more kind of back-building rain over, portions of the Metroplex. I think most of, say, areas of, say, like Oklahoma City are going to be done for the evening. So that is also a good sign as well. So we got a confirmed tornado in Idabel now. Oh yes, confirmed tornado in Idabel. Yeah, so here's we got a confirmed tornado happening in Idabel, Oklahoma. Yeah, so this is definitely kind of coming to fruition. Idabel, Broken Bow, Holly Creek, Oak Hill. Unfortunately, things are destabilizing pretty quickly, rapidly. Now, yes, we do have a confirmed tornado that's on the ground. This is located near the Broken Bow region. So this is talking Highway 70, um, right there, just out of Still Junction. Yeah, so there, wow. Yeah, I can definitely see the tornado right here. This is just outside. This is just in between Broken Bow and the Idabel, Oklahoma. We do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground moving northeast around 35 miles an hour. So Highway 259 going to be crossing over 259 here shortly. I might have to switch radars because we're definitely in between radar spots. Let me just try Shreveport. All right, Shreveport's pretty good. But there is your confirmed tornado. We do have a confirmation of a confirmed tornado that's on the ground just outside of Broken Bow. This is moving at 35 miles an hour. So this is definitely going to be a favored area, a hot spot, unfortunately, for tornadic activity as we get deeper into the evening. There's going to be another one trailing behind this one. So this is southeastern Oklahoma that you're going to have to be concerned about into the overnight time frame. Yeah, so we're getting into almost dark now. It's 5:07. It'll be dark in about 30 minutes or so. So this definitely becomes even more dangerous as we get into the evening time frame. Yeah, so we were literally talking about this area right here, like 10 minutes before we had confirmation of tornado on the ground, that we had to really watch out for northeastern Texas and southeastern Oklahoma. Seemed to be a favorite area. And then boom, we get three severe thunderstorm warnings. We got two tornado warnings, and we have a confirmed tornado now on the ground outside of Broken Bow, Oklahoma, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Yeah, everything's kind of coming together. Remember, the low level jet is well west, that's lifting northeast, but it's slightly moving east, right? So it's getting a little bit closer. You got a graded lift. You got really untapped energy, 5 o'clock. So almost somewhat prime time heating hours as well. But just be on high alert if you live in southeastern Oklahoma tonight, folks. Northeast Texas. Um, Everything's going to be shifting off into East Texas in the evening time frame. This will likely be extended. The tornado watch would likely be extended points eastward and northbound as well. There might be a severe thunderstorm watch. I wouldn't probably warrant a tornado watch further south, say into Austin, San Antonio, if they are going to issue one. But maybe some flood warnings continuing to points across the Metroplex as some heavier rains try to push back in and kind of overrun some of the same areas that's been hit hard with some of the activity as of late. can see that developing supercell that has produced that tornado. Still right over the Broken Bow area. Continue to move northeast at 35 miles an hour. Yeah, this is right along Hill Chapel. So if you're from the area, this is where we're at, the Highway 70, outside of Broken Bow, Teener. And this is going to be crossing over, well, the 259, but it's lifting northeast. It's going to be northwest of DeQueen. And looks like Wicks is going to be in the crosshairs. Looks like they went ahead and extended the tornado warning points northeast. But look at this, folks. This is definitely concerning. This could be a stronger tornado trying to develop outside of Broken Bow right now. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground in southeastern Oklahoma, just between Idabel and Broken Bow. This is a popular vacation spot for many. I know a lot of people from the Metroplex go up there and have cabins and stuff. So, and they're no stranger to tornadoes up there. They've had many big tornadoes over the years in and around that area. And we just had a big old clap of thunder out here outside my window. That definitely appears to be a kind of a larger tornado again. Yeah, unfortunately, out of Broken Bow, folks. Hey, so far this storm has the worst thunder and lightning. There has been a lot of lightning. We've seen some reports of some houses on fire. We saw that with the lightning strikes. Hey, Stormy. Yeah, that is definitely a great vacation spot. It's definitely unfortunate to see. Yeah, there was I know there was a storm, let's see, a couple years ago, they got hit hard in that area. But yes, this is likely going to continue well into the evening. So I'm probably going to be stopping live coverage now. If you do follow me on Facebook, I probably will be still possibly updating from time to time on Facebook and into the evening. But I appreciate everybody tuning in for live coverage. Just be safe for the rest of the evening. I'll probably have another video out tomorrow morning on what's to come. We do have a developing storm out into the Caribbean that will be going into the Gulf of Mexico as a hurricane. So yes, unfortunately, we have yet another hurricane to talk about in the Gulf of Mexico by Wednesday night. So we'll be watching that as well. So that's going to be probably making impact somewhere along the southeast coast sometime Friday or Saturday. So hurricane season's still not done. Still got a couple more weeks as it doesn't want to seem to end now, unfortunately. So thanks for watching, guys. Y'all be safe out there. Y'all have a good evening.